Welcome to the whoop-de wop.
Drifting off and getting
We're
away from
going to
that.
keep going over it, and I'm going to keep twisting your words
Wop
to remind everybody
is
Oh
a
we
my
don't owe
God.
white people. We do not owe white people shit.
is a place.
I run the risk,
Whoop-de wop.
and it's not my channel, so I will just drop this fucking link.
Just curious, you know
Yo,
who's your
hand me the whoop-de wop.
Well, I know it's an Indiana thing.
You got
Yeah,
some
but do
money?
you know
We're
what
going
Hoosier
to the
is?
whoop-de wop.
I actually don't.
Okay.
Yo,
that's
we
something to do
can
with me.
throw some cool
And
whoop-de wops.
from a Hoosier, you're going to get certain things that are going to happen. And
Well, I
walk
do
down
know
the
at one
coast,
point
though, go
Indiana
grab that
was
shit
like
right
the
quick.
center of the
She
clan.
was like, cool. And she already know to get my dough. So,
I'm Perry Bacon. I'm the host of the New Republic Show right now. I'm joined by Adam Gurry. He's the publisher of Liberal Currents, which is a great publication, kind of a newer publication that writes about politics both in the U.S. and Britain and a little bit abroad as well, but focus on the U.S. And we're going to talk today about a project Liberal Currents is doing called the Reconstruction Papers. So, Adam, welcome. Thanks for joining me.
Thank you for having me.
So tell people about Liberal Currents a little bit, just because I assume there's a publication people are not as familiar with as the New York Times or the Washington Post. So
Right.
talk about Liberal Currents and what you're doing, first of all.
Sure. It's an essay publication mostly. So more commentary than news, though occasionally we've done a bit of news. Our focus is obviously through a liberal perspective. One of our inspirations when we started in 2017 was Jacobin magazine, which was created sort of on the idea that socialism had been discredited in the US in its reputation. They wanted to actually say, no, this is a serious intellectual tradition, and we are its number one exponents in the US. We sort of had the reverse situation, which was that liberalism was so successful that actually people didn't take it very seriously, in the sense that they assumed a lot. We assume that we believe in free speech. We assume that we believe in different things, in human rights and such. But not a lot of thought was actually given to why anymore. And actually, the enemies of liberalism spent a lot more time thinking about ways to attack it than the defenders thought about how to defend it, both intellectually and otherwise. So we wanted to correct that. We wanted to be one of the foremost exponents of what liberalism is, what it should be, why the world should be more liberal, and how we should go about it.
So talk about the Reconstruction Papers and what you're doing.
Yes, from our point of view, so the Trump era, liberal resistance to it, the very name resistance implies kind of like a negative response, right? We're trying to stop him from doing bad things.
Right.
And even in talking about the extreme destruction of the second term, uh, it's often about, well, it's bad that he's breaking this thing. It was so great before. We need to fix it as soon as we can, or stop the destruction as much as we can. That's all true. But we shouldn't fix it to be the way it was before. All of these things had problems before Trump came along.
Okay.
Everyone agreed, for example, that tuition was out of control in colleges, and no one could quite identify the cause. That the public funding of science, which was this tremendous accomplishment in the 20th century for the US, and still one of the biggest ones worldwide by far. In fact, I think the biggest by a wide margin before Trump. It was getting creaky, bureaucratic, sclerotic in a number of ways. So the Reconstruction Papers is saying, we're not just going to go back to before Trump. First of all, that's impossible because that's not how things work. If you tried to do that, you would just be doing a kludge that would be worse than what we had before. But second of all, what we had before could be better. Why limit ourselves? Now that we have this window of opportunity where the Republicans have shot their shot, they're trying to destroy the administrative state, the New Deal state, really and truly for the first time. Let's shoot our shot. Let's make the best version of all of these things that we can. And the Reconstruction Papers isn't as comprehensive as we would like it to be in that. There's more that we could write. We'll continue publishing new things, obviously, on the Mate site, potentially a future issue of the Reconstruction Papers as well. But it covers a lot. It covers a lot of different topics.
Do you mean to invoke Reconstruction as in the post-Civil War?
Yeah, absolutely. So there's a few things, right? The Reconstruction, the original one, is both an inspiration and a caution because they had the right idea. They weren't just passing amendments to change what legal rights we had, which was obviously one thing they did do. But the whole goal of it, the whole idea of Reconstruction was the slave power was not just a legal entity. It was an institution that had social and political power. And in order to actually destroy it, you couldn't just outlaw slavery. You had to actually break the political arrangement, break the economic organization of the South in such a way that it wouldn't come back. And the caution is
Welcome to Stanley versus the World, everyone. This is a pop-up. And to the folks like yeah, I scheduled it and then wound up on Nightish's panel and using the N-word like a real N-word. So I kind of lost track of time, forgot to reschedule it and probably should have sent out a post like, hey, y'all come over to Nightish's channel. My bad. But the only reason I'm even doing this pop-up is an essay I read earlier. Thank God it's July 5th. Trump has to go back to the real world now. Nothing to celebrate anymore. This point that is being made about slavery not just being about laws, it was a social, political, and economic structure. That's why there are still repercussions from it. Perfect argument. 100% agree. And people like a Ron DeSantis or Donald Trump or a John Galt or, just all kinds of people, they want you to forget that. That's why they don't want to teach slavery in high schools, because it was more than just abolishing it. You don't abolish social structures, political structures, you can abolish the legal structure. Can't do it with the economics, can't do it with social and cultural. That's why it's still here. And they will train you to flatten the phenomenon of American slavery into one or two dimensions. There's a whole third and fourth dimension. If the fourth dimension is time, time does not heal all wounds, because all wounds aren't the same. There's paper cuts and there is like amputation. And America amputated something when it ignores its history.
that they failed, right? They did accomplish a lot, but a lot of their gains were reversed, and then we had almost a century of Jim Crow, right? Some people, including Victor Ray in our collection in the Reconstruction Papers, refer to the era of civil rights reforms as the second Reconstruction. So that would be the successful one. The Voting Rights Act, even more than the Civil Rights Acts, I would say, being kind of the spine of that, holding the whole thing together. But that was fairly successful in actually enfranchising African Americans permanently, and other minorities as well that were disenfranchised elsewhere. And frankly, Southern whites very disenfranchised as well. Like it was not just minorities that were disenfranchised there. It was also like poor people, anyone that they didn't really want having a chance at challenging the status quo. But now we're seeing the unwinding of that, right? So we need, if there are two, we need a third.
So I read I don't think I read all of them. I read many of the Reconstruction Papers. So what Liberal Currents has done is I think there are dozens of people who've written articles, that are 4 pages, maybe 15 pages that range in length about their subject matter. So there's foreign policy, there's trade, there's higher education, there's domestic policy. So that's a broad sense, but give people a sense of 2 or 3 ideas that are in the document they might want to think about.
Sure. So one to think of in terms of what has just happened in the Supreme Court would be Anna Law's contribution on immigration law. I think probably even more ambitious programs are possible, but our immigration status quo is so bad right now, even before, again, the Trump second term. It was so bad that there's a lot of low-hanging fruit. And her approach essentially was to say, let's take the low hanging fruit. And the low hanging fruit is essentially to what she calls normalize immigration law. Right now, Congress has failed to pass any kind of bill for like 20 years. There's a lot of things that bipartisanly they have more or less agreed on for most of that time that would make the situation better off, including for people like us who believe that immigration is good. Um, uh, and we should just do it. And it should be reauthorized on a regular basis through Congress so that it will normalize the process of actually revisiting how many people are here on TPS, how many, just the different, like the different levels and numbers of each.
Just be clear and make sure people understand. Every year, Congress should intentionally think through
Yeah.
and pass legislation about how many people are entering the country new, not as sort of there should be a formal number, right?
Right. I don't know that I forget the exact cadence. I don't think it's every single year.
Okay.
But for example, the Voting Rights Act itself was reauthorized multiple times.
Yes.
And each time they reauthorized it, one of the things they would say is, we'll reauthorize it again in this number of years. So after the Reagan one, I think it was quite a long time. Before that, they did it a couple of times relatively.
This is going to be one of my typical boring videos. I think this is a point. We may not get all the way through it, but looking at the title kind of gets my point here. We have gotten through the celebrations, and we can go back to actual business. And I've got some Substacks, that I will probably use the auto reader, the AI reader to read because I don't feel like it. And I'm going to admit right now, I'm on my I'm on my third or actually fourth Coors Light, so I'm going to keep it light. The link is pinned if anyone wants to come up. I had to go hard against some ignorance on Nidus's channel earlier, or his panel. That's why I don't like really going up and going hard, because I'm a scorched earth person. Once I figure out that you have no clue what you're talking about and you come hard, see, you go into ad hominems with me, I'm just simply better at it. I've had a lot more practice, and I'm a scorched earth person. I will make sure I will do my level best to hurt your feelings and make you self-deport if you fuck with me. And people always want to act like, oh, that soft voice and all that stuff. Dude, I will figure out a way to win once you've proven that I need to win. You can be like a good faith, intellectual partner in an argument, in a discussion, or you can go the ruthless route, wanting to go after anything you can go after. You're going to throw a whole bunch of stuff at the wall to see what sticks. Once you get to that stage with me, well, I'm going to throw some stuff at your wall and see what sticks. And if I have to whip out my wallet to embarrass you, I'll do it. The bottom line is we can do this two ways. We can actually have an intellectual argument, or you can go into start defending the stupid shit you don't know about. And then when you start losing, you ad hominem. And as a matter of fact, I almost prefer people like Ruthless or Nightish to do it, because I already know you don't know shit. So I had fun doing it, and Nightish was asleep for most of it. So I was getting away with all kinds of shit he would never let me get away with if he was awake and conscious. I got away with some shit that I normally wouldn't. That's why I stayed, because I was just lobbing bombs. Dude, I even started using the N-word. I was having a good old time.
Really close together. But and this is one of those like inside baseball led Congress things that a lot of people don't know about. Having legislation be reauthorized like that just makes it it brings it through. It gives Congress a more central role.
Right.
I would say a theme across the Reconstruction Papers is many of the problems of our system are downstreams of the dysfunction of Congress. So the more you can do to force Congress to actually step up and fill the role it's supposed to, the more that like out of control presidencies and out of control courts will be reined in sort of by almost just by happenstance. So making Congress regularly reauthorize some basic things about immigration law, according to ANA law, will help a lot of things. So that's one sort of tied to like the TPS, because TPS itself is kind of a kludge, right? It's like this, oh, presidents can discretionarily give it to some people. Maybe we don't make it quite so discretionary for them to revoke it, though it is discretionary for them whether or not they're going to renew it. It's just a mess, like in terms of how it works.
What are the Supreme Court reforms in the document? I forget now. What are the Supreme Court reforms themselves?
Yeah, we actually don't talk about it that much.
Yeah.
One reason being that I actually am pretty optimistic that all the ideas are out there for the most part. Like this has been discussed to death, and it's really just a matter of having the will to do it. Nick Grossman, in his first essay, which is about the short-term things we need to do to get out of the immediate crisis rather than the long-term vision stuff, says just outright that we should just expand the court straight up. In my essay, which is on federalism, I sort of mentioned that any and all of the thing, almost everything we're talking about that's in any way ambitious is going to require a Supreme Court to go along with it, which means we should just make one that will, whether it is through a one-time expansion or like Senator Wyden a few years ago had a court reform plan already that would work fine. It essentially would just create a fixed number of appointments per presidential term. In theory, you need to pass an amendment to set term limits. What they wanted to do in practice was to just create like a new seniority status where you're on the Supreme Court still, but you're not actually seeing any cases after a certain number of years. So even doing that and then like immediately putting the older Republican nominees on the retirement path and making sure that the number of nominees per term is such that the first Democratic president is going to create a Democratic majority immediately. Just stuff like that, I think will be good enough.
The federalism essay is about giving states more power. That was very striking to me. So talk about that a little.
Yeah, it's three things, right? So the one that I think is relevant to what's happened in the past year and a half mostly, is the guaranteeing the Republican form of government component. So I strongly believe still that a lot of the problems in our system, and it's just a little, it's not very timely to talk about right now with the federal government going out of control, but most of the problems are local. Like a lot of local governments, when we talk about police reform, for example, the worst police in our country are just random localities that aren't very populous. They don't have a big tax base. They engage in very predatory behavior. They're not very professionalized, but whenever we want to do police reform, you can't do it very systematically because you kind of do it county by county or locality by locality. So I've always believed that one path forward is make state governments more democratic, A. B, make state governments stronger than local governments. And then C, do better fiscal federalism, the way that like Canada does, for example, where we're not putting a lot of strings attached to the block grants.
Yeah, you know what? I will probably continue this video tomorrow because it's a little more detailed, but the point about kind of, I don't know, there are problems that for months that have been masked about the 250th anniversary of the American Revolution. That whole concept is problematic enough, but now it's as my friend says, ConnShawnery, Revenge of the Fifth. They never named a movie, the Star Wars movie, but it would have been a good title. So this is Revenge of the Fifth. Now we have to get back to the actual work of governing. And we didn't learn much of anything from the actual 4th. We learned to celebrate a history that is basically whitewashed, in my opinion. So I'm just gonna move ahead. And look, y'all, it doesn't have to be heavy. I kind of this show was gonna be kind of heavy until I got up on Nidus's panel. It was reminded not to take this shit too seriously. I got the Navy bashed, the military bashed about a dude who obviously has never made it out of his hood, and it's still in him. He hasn't been out of the hood, and the soul of the hood is still in him. Nidus is a hood. He's got that hood mentality and expects all black people in America to have his hood mentality, and they get real confused when someone goes, "What the fuck are you talking about?" We had a whole skin folk and kinfolk conversation. And then, of course, racist Ryan is in the middle of it, but eventually he figured out that I was going to prevail, so he took his ass on. I definitely have my way of thinking about American culture. The problem is I can at least tell you why I think it, right or wrong. Most on these YouTube streets cannot. They don't know why they think shit. And to me, that's disturbing. You don't even know why you think this, or you can't articulate it. And even if you can articulate it, I'm sorry. Oh, well, I think what I think, but I can't explain it in good words. You think I'm going to accept that excuse? You're going to come all the way up to a panel and talk shit about stuff you really don't understand, or if you think you understand it, you can't articulate it, and you think that that's good enough? The fuck? You would never, Ruthless would never survive a captain's mask for doing shit and not being able to explain it. His ass would wind up in the brig. And apparently, he's been in the civilian version of the brig. Maybe that's part of his problem. But dude, sorry, I'm not going to give you the benefit of the doubt if I don't think you deserve the benefit of my doubt. Stop thinking all skin folk or kinfolk. That's what half these mofos on these YouTube panels think. And no, no. If it's a bad argument, I'm going to call it for what it is and maybe ask you to do better if I think you can salvage it. But otherwise, I owe you shit. So this is the thumbnail photo. It's a photo that's been floating around. And this is America's July the 4th. So this is the DC Metro here. I don't know. Let's see. Make sure. Let me switch screens here. I've neglected to do that. So this is a photo of a young black woman on the DC Metro on July 4th. And these masked shit, I can't even remember who they are. One of these, Patriot Front. So this photo, the description of it, members of Patriot Front ride the Metro as a commuter looks on during the 250th anniversary of U.S. independence, July 4th, 2026. It's a Reuters photo. So this is the DC Metro. And she is on a car with a bunch of Patriot Front motherfuckers in their uniform that includes a poo shiesty and sunglasses. And she's just kind of sitting there. And I wonder, was she nervous? I would love to talk to this young lady and just hear her articulate the thoughts that are running through her head. Dude, this is July 4th for real. And it's July 5th now. This is actually more America than Donald Trump, speaking in front of Mount Rushmore. But he would never be able to tell you that. Teeny, they're wearing white poo shiesties. I guess maybe you don't know what that is. I'm tired. Let's see. I'm tired of working and still being broke. J Prince won. What exactly did J Prince win? Can you articulate that one? So anyway, people get tired of talking race. Well, apparently they're tired of American culture, or it just depends on how people talk about race. Um, you know, I think that anytime you use the N word, whether it's meant as a term of endearment or as an actual pejorative, that's literally about race. In US culture, in American culture, anyone who uses the N word, you're automatically talking race. And people don't fucking seem to understand that. And that's how dumbed down and whitewashed race and white supremacy and all that stuff has been. It's been normalized to a point to where you can call someone the N word, whether it's the A or hard ER, and they just kind of go, oh, that's normal. White people can do it, black people can do it. Let's claim a racial term to neutralize it. That is literally the goal of white supremacy. To make the racial, to normalize racial shit. And people just buy into it. It's truly amazing. So what you're looking at is a Substack by Stacey Patton, and she wrote one today titled "When the Mob Gets on the Train: A Sunday Sermon on Empire and the Cowards Who Hide Their Faces." And that's exactly what they are. They're fucking cowards. They don't, we might get arrested. Well, dude, during the civil rights movement, Martin Luther King never hid his face, and he got arrested a lot, and he happened to be on the right side of history. So let's hear what Dr. Patton has to say.
When the Mob Gets on the Train: A Sunday Sermon on Empire and the Cowards Who Hide Their Faces. By Dr. Stacey Patton. The doors of the church are open. Good morning, saints. So yesterday, America turned 250 years old. Bless its heart. 250 saints. A quarter of a millennium. Somebody get this country a sheet cake and a lawn chair, because she ain't aging too well. And black folks only been free for 161 of them years. And we've only had something resembling citizenship rights for about 60. So America is old, but black freedom ain't. Amen. While America was busy spending the day congratulating itself, I saw photos and video footage of hundreds of masked white racists dressed in khakis marching through the nation's capital. Some of these men held American flags. Some of them held Confederate flags. Some of them carried big Captain America-looking superhero shields through the streets while trying to look like defenders of civilization. Some of them flexed their muscles and talked shit. And they rode the metro. Did y'all see them? Beloved children of the sun, these masked men wanted to send a message to us. A message that says, we are white men. We are strong. We are many. We are the sons of empire. We are the keepers of the nation. We are order. We are destiny. We are America. We will reclaim this country. At least, that's what they thought they were saying. Now, saints, your atheist black liberation theology pastor sat there thinking about John 3 verses 19 to 20, which says, Light is come into the world, and men love darkness rather than light, because their deeds were evil. For every one that doeth evil hateth the light, neither cometh to the light, lest his deeds should be reproved. And there it is, saints. John 3 says, men love darkness rather than light, because their deeds were evil. Saints, tell me something. If your cause is righteous, then why hide your face? If you are so proud, then why cover yourself? If you are the keepers of the nation, then why are you dressed like a mob that knows HR might see the footage by Monday morning? If you are so brave, why do you need a mask, a crowd, a shield, a script, and a matching outfit from the clearance section of a fascist thrift store? Come on, saints. If you are so strong, why can't you stand alone? If you are so mighty, why do you need anonymity? If you are so chosen, why are you terrified of being recognized by your own mama? If you are so patriotic, why do you look like you are sneaking out of a hate crime? If you are so proud of your heritage, why does your heritage require a disguise? If you are the future, why do you look like Jim Crow ducking a court summons? Brother Willie, they not ready to hear me preach this morning. Church, the mask is the confession. The covered face is the testimony. The disguise is the altar call. Because somewhere deep down in those little khaki-clad spirits, those men know the truth. The truth is that righteous
Jim Crow ducking a court summons. That's actually funny. By the way, I forgot to mention, she's extremely funny and a really good writer.
folk don't have to hide from the light. Only cowards do. Only mobs do. Only men whose deeds are evil go looking for darkness and call it patriotic duty. The wicked hide their faces in broad daylight because even their own souls know they are guilty. Hallelujah. The message they really sent on Independence Day was, we are scared white men. We are afraid of the future. We don't want to disappear. We are spiritually small. We are impotent, flaccid, feckless, frail, frightened, fraudulent, feral. Somebody say, you better work all that F-word alliteration, Reverend Dr. Stacy Pants. The Holy Ghost got me up here with a thesaurus and a side eye this morning. I ain't playing with Satan today. Their message was, we are hiding our faces because even we know there is shame in what we came here to do. We need costumes because we have no courage. We need numbers because we have no spine. We need a mob because alone we are nothing. Give the Lord a praise up in here, saints. And saints, the scary part is not that these racist men are monsters from some distant cave of extremism. The scary part is that they are probably the men we pass by every day at the gas station. The men standing behind us at the grocery store pretending to compare cereal prices. The men sitting 3 cubicles over at work. The men coaching Little League. The men smiling at the neighborhood barbecue. The men holding the door open at Starbucks. The men shaking hands after church. The men changing lanes beside us on the Beltway. The men standing in line at Home Depot buying mulch and light bulbs like they don't have a race war folded up somewhere in their spirit. That is the terror. Not that they are far away. That they are close enough for us to smell their mustiness. Close enough to hold the elevator. Close enough to review your resume. Close enough to grade your child. Close enough to pull you over. Close enough to deny the loan. Close enough to sit on the jury. White terror in America has always had an ordinary face. Saints, Jesus warned us about these kind of people in Matthew 7 verse 15. Beware of false prophets, which come to you in sheep's clothing, but inwardly they are ravening wolves. And that is the horror of white terror in America. It has never always looked like a monster. Sometimes it wears work boots. It wears a wedding ring, a company badge. Sometimes it wears a Little League whistle around its.
And let me also mention this. Sometimes it is some prim, proper looking Southern Belle white lady or named Karen. It has all kinds. The other thing she doesn't mention is a lot of times it comes in black skin, like a Thomas Sowell or John Galt. White supremacy comes in all kinds of sheep's clothing. So I'm not going to go on with this because I think people probably have the point. So let's see, what do we have here? This is Dr. Allison Wiltz, who I read but often don't talk about too much on the show. Why many Black people refuse to celebrate America's 250th anniversary. And I'm going to tell you, me personally, you know, I didn't particularly celebrate. I was interested to see how America was celebrating it. But we, you know, as a family, we didn't call and wish everybody a happy 4th and all this because my particular siblings and my father, dude, we literally think America is problematic in that it elected Trump. Um, any black person, in my opinion, who is not like particularly pro Trump, and I honestly don't understand how black people could be, but you know, everybody has their own preferences. But I'm sorry. Um, other than that one protest in Philadelphia where veterans, you know, were talking, you know, veterans against fascism, I saw some black folks there, but you don't see a whole lot of black people, you know, at Trump rallies. You know, there'll be your American man and, you know, weirdos like that. But black people aren't celebrating this fucking shit. And Trump basically took the celebration out when he made it about himself. Trump started fucking up America's quote birthday last summer at that military parade that he made all about him. And we watched the whole thing here. It was an embarrassment. And then he takes that same military he was celebrating and he just uses it badly in Iran. Dude, he's not good for America. He's embarrassing America on the world stage. And people who want to pretend that, ooh, let's celebrate 250 by watching this dude begging to be carved into Mount Rushmore, I would be willing to pay extra tax money to get Donald Trump's sculpture on Mount Rushmore if he would quit tomorrow. Dude, you can have your face carved into Mount Rushmore, but just resign. And I'm good with that. I would support that move, but that's not going to happen.
Why many Black people refuse to celebrate America's 250th anniversary. The holiday reminds them of the nation's failure to uproot racism. By Dr. Allison Wiltz. When America was founded in 1776, the vast majority of Black people were enslaved. So, it is only fitting that many of their descendants refused to celebrate the nation's 250th anniversary. What may feel like a joyous, unifying moment to some can feel cringeworthy to others. Consider that a recent poll found that most Black Americans say they never fly the American flag. While the red, white, and blue flag evokes patriotism for some, this is a painful reminder of what we could be and how the country has failed to live up to that for Black people, for Indigenous people, and people of color. While the country has long asserted itself as the land of the free and home of the brave, such narratives overlook the injustices marginalized groups have endured and continue to face in this country. The 4th of July is a day when most Americans reflect on the nation's founding, but to do so honestly, Black historical perspectives must be included. Take, for instance, a speech given by the abolitionist Frederick Douglass in 1852, a blistering critique of this celebration. Before a mostly white audience, the formerly enslaved abolitionist asked, "What to the slave is the 4th of July?" For those denied freedom, witnessing this celebration felt like rubbing salt in an open wound. While white Americans rejoiced, having won their political and economic independence from Britain, the irony of this arrangement wasn't lost on those in bondage. Indeed, in her autobiography, Harriet A. Jacobs, a Black woman who escaped her enslavers and hid under the floorboards, wrote about the absurdity of proclaiming liberty to the captive. White colonists bemoaned taxation without representation, while at the same time depriving Black people of the very liberty they sought. Frederick Douglass noted that the 4th of July is a day that reveals to him, more than any other day in the year, the gross injustice and cruelty to which he is the constant victim. He called their boasted liberty an unholy license and their so-called national greatness swelling vanity. Given that Black Americans today continue to endure racial discrimination in courts, hospitals, and schools, when searching for housing and employment, in financial institutions, and within the political process, many feel a deep discomfort as the holiday approaches. There's a social expectation that all Americans should celebrate the anniversary of this country's founding. But what to the descendants of slavery is the 4th of July? The uncomfortable truth is that America has failed to reckon with the legacy of racism, which seems to flow like a faucet without a shut-off valve. Today, many feel as Douglas once did that this holiday represents a deep-seated hypocrisy. After asking some Black people why they plan to abstain from America's 250th anniversary, one respondent stated, "It doesn't feel right to celebrate a country built on the blood of Black people," citing the history of slavery as a reason to abstain from the revelry. Another noted that freedom.
Well, I think that's too dire. Look, at some point, Black people and allies to Black people won. Even if I wouldn't even call it a Pyrrhic victory. Dude, I'm literally here talking about American culture on YouTube, and shit, that's a win. I wouldn't be doing this 50 years ago. And let's put aside the technology argument. I wouldn't have been able to do it here in, Carroll County, Georgia, without my life being in jeopardy. So let's not, I understand, let's not celebrate July 4th given the current administration, but I wonder about this whole separating ourselves from America. The argument about assimilation, you could argue I'm assimilated into America. People call me, "Gee, Stanley, you're acting white all the time." But you know what? I don't think I act white. I think I act like Stanley. And there's I don't like extremes. And saying you're not celebrating July 4th because it doesn't seem right because July 4th, was a slavery, all the overwhelming majority of the signers of the Declaration of Independence were slave owners. I don't even know that that's true. Constitution, yes. John Hancock wasn't a slave owner. By the time 1776 came around, I think there might have been a slave or two, but in New England, not so much. There were parts of the country that weren't anywhere near like the South. I think it's a little extreme just to say, oh, hey, America was founded as a slaveocracy, and it indeed was. Don't celebrate the 4th for other reasons. There are plenty enough of them. I think that might be a little weak, but that's my opinion. There are better arguments.
Freedom cannot be celebrated when people have fewer freedoms now than they did years ago. For them, recent attacks on civil rights make this an especially inappropriate time to praise the nation. The Trump administration has rolled back the disparate impact standard for addressing racial discrimination against Black people, dismantled diversity, equity, and inclusion in government agencies, and even the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission, EOC, backpedaled on decades of precedent in promoting an equitable workplace. Some felt the holiday wouldn't make them feel included or a part of this conflicted land. After all, Black people are still told to go back to Africa when they express discontent with the conditions here. This is something I experienced firsthand. After reading their perspectives, I reflected on my own reasons for sitting this one out. For me, celebrating the 4th of July gives the false impression that this country is something we should all feel proud of. Yet, in a nation where racism persists, this celebration feels off, perhaps just as much as it did during Frederick Douglass' life. As a descendant of enslaved people, I can't help but imagine how those in bondage felt in the early days, witnessing white people honor a holiday celebrating their independence. Surely, as Douglass and others suggested, it was a reminder of the vast chasm between themselves and those who robbed them of their freedom. More Black people fought on the British side during the American Revolution because Dunmore's proclamation promised freedom to those who served.
And, you know, again, I'm not going to let this go all the way to the end because, you know, the point I'm sure is made. But let me tell you something that's never talked about in high school history books, and it actually should be. One of the things that George Washington demanded was that slaves that had escaped to the British side be returned. And the British general, and I'm sorry, I cannot remember. It wasn't Tarleton. I'd have to look it up. I don't recall off the top of my head. He refused. He was like, nope, we're not going to return the slaves who escaped because we made a promise. And to me, that's just like, dude, he was teaching slave owner Washington a lesson. Okay, no, we're not going to return the slaves because we made a promise that if you come and you fight for us, we will free you. Now, I'm not saying, you know, the promise, you know, worked out that well, but I was talking to a lady, or talking about a lady who has Black heritage from Nova Scotia, with who was it? Some dude from Balba's universe. She's on the Canadian $10 bill. And I'm going to research her and maybe even do a short or something about her because it sounds fascinating. She was an interesting character, but she was from Nova Scotia, the descendant of American slaves who, you know, through the British wound up at places like Nova Scotia or Sierra Leone, and funny enough, Jamaica. A lot of American slaves wound up in Jamaica. People don't know that heritage. I didn't know that heritage until fairly recently. So I guess what I'm saying is that it seems flimsy to me not to celebrate the 4th just because America started out. It's a slaveocracy. I think you could say, I'm not going to fucking get into July 4th because America continued this racist behavior, this racism after the end of slavery. Slavery ended, and then they figured out that, hey, we got to keep these Black people subservient. I won't celebrate July 4th because of Jim Crow. I won't celebrate it because a few weeks ago, the Supreme Court basically said that, hey, goodbye, voting rights, Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act. I'm not celebrating July 4th when this country continues to act like Black people are like nothing. We changed the law, therefore everything's good. I'm not celebrating July 4th simply because America doesn't seem to be able to understand that there are repercussions to this founding. That's why I don't celebrate it, not because, oh, it was a slaveocracy. It continued to be a slaveocracy in one way, shape, or form. That's my problem with it. And then we elect a president who winds up increasing the Black unemployment rate dramatically. Yeah, I'm not celebrating Donald Trump making July 4th about himself, 250th July 4th about himself, when he single-handedly, under his administration, increased the Black unemployment rate. I'm just not in that, hey, Donald Trump is a great president, let's celebrate Independence Day with the black unemployment rate increasing by a percentage point. Not going to do it. Bet Donald Trump doesn't talk about that ish. So let's go to, let's see, my second favorite male historian, Ted Sturmer. Thank God it's the fifth, which was the inspiration for the title of this show. And unfortunately, I'm not good at naming shows. ConnShawnery is simply better at it. It was a better show title, Revenge of the Fifth. It's much funnier. So shout out to Con. That's a contribution to the show.
Thank God it's the fifth. Why does the resistance that made the United States seem to have no place in the United States? By Tad Stormer. On the Acela to New York City this morning, one thing keeps going through my mind. Thank God it's the fifth. It already feels a little lighter, like we can be free from the endless reflections on what 1776 meant, none of which really went anywhere, given that America is in a decidedly unreflective mode, having been led by narrators who, by their own admission, believe that story is more powerful than an actual argument based on the collision between historical and modern realities. As I walked around Boston yesterday and talked to all kinds of people, there was a collective exhaustion that seemed to hang over everything. On tours of the Freedom Trail, sites like the Old South Meeting House, gathering places like Quincy Market, and pubs like the Green Dragon, what really lifted the mood? Ironically, it seemed like more people were happily focused on something quite un-American. The World Cup match between Morocco and Canada, a country largely shaped by the loyalists of the American Revolution. There was much about today's America and its discontents that I saw and heard and discussed with people yesterday, as throughout the book tour, now 2 weeks into it. The angst among you is palpable, the confusion is clear, and the anger is present, a real anger that America is doing this, that no real opposition has emerged, that your America is rudderless. And the desire for change, to make things better, to make America make sense, maybe for the first time, was inspiring, or at least heartening. But also present were examples of what's further dampening the mood, an inability to see a way through. The 250th itself, absorbed in what history and historians say about the present, but only in a self-referential kind of way. It's been consumed by a controlling assumption the entire time, that the Declaration necessarily matters today. I'm not saying that it doesn't, but shouldn't someone have bothered to ask the question? To allow for some context? To try to understand that document in its moment, by the people who made it and read it, and then use that to see the gap between what it was and what America's storytellers have turned it into. An otherwise forgettable anniversary book, the deeply clubby and almost wholly unoriginal The American Revolution, at 250. 24 historians reflect on the founding, reveals the problem. Of its 24 essays, only one asks the operative question that could have offered insight into this moment. Michael McDonnell's excellent contribution, bluntly titled The Irrelevance of the American Revolution. Maybe it doesn't matter the way everyone else, especially those with careers on the line, insists that it does. And divorcing ourselves from the dominant narrative of our nationalist political culture, the presumption that the Declaration, as written, is the foundation of everything we are, both good and bad, even if that was never its intention, is a better way to see who might yet be. I saw those problems in a small way in a program I attended at the Old South Meeting House, a brand new multimedia show called Ruckus. The premise and concepts are both good ones. Bring the storied interior of the Old South to life with animation, sound, and light. Make it accessible to broader audiences by framing it in a fun way, with cartoon mice setting the story, to carry the audience back in time to revolutionary Boston as a way, as they put it, to tell the story of the American Revolution, all in 25 minutes. Do they take a lot of liberties, inventing some history along the way, to do it? Yes, many more than I am usually comfortable with. But so did Jeremiah Pope in his tour of the Freedom Trail, and I thought he was brilliant, full disclosure. I am a big fan of the Freedom Trail interpreters. So that's something to work from, not something to sink it. What makes it bottom out are two fundamental foundational problems, both of which speak to our moment, and neither seems legible to the people who put the finishing touches on the performance. The first isn't a flaw at all. It's an accidental truth. The program is actually about the American resistance as the American Revolution. It tracks the chronology of the Patriot resistance movement from the end of the 7 Years' War in 1763 to the evacuation of Boston in March 1776, spotlighting the Stamp Act, the Townsend Act, the Tea Act, the British troop occupations, the massacre, the Tea Party, the coercive acts, and Lexington and Concord. Independence barely registers. It comes up as contrast from the figures they use to represent the experiences of Black people at the time, all of whom are charged with carrying more weight than the historical record can bear. And then once more at the very end, when the Declaration gets read from the balcony of the old State House. Even that lands as an aside, not a beat, a coda to a story that never asked for it, which points to a historical reality they get right without seeming to know it. Political independence from Britain was not the goal of the Patriot resistance. Protection of rights and liberties, yes. But independence as the way of achieving that, no. So one might leave the program asking a useful question. So what did independence, total political separation from Britain, have to do with the American Revolution, since it wasn't part of that part of the American Revolution? The second is the fatal flaw. Maybe.
Yeah, this is what they don't teach people. The American Revolution wasn't just the war for independence. It started probably 10 years before. It was a process, not specifically a war. And they don't teach that in high school, probably because even in high school, it's probably a little difficult for, some 15-year-old kid or some 8-year-old kid to understand processes versus something very dramatic. And, this patriotic education has been a problem for decades. That's why Americans don't actually know history coming out of high school, and they don't learn it in college either, unless they major in it. And even then, there's some doubts. But we teach history, and every country does it. It's not particularly an American problem, but we teach myths. We teach American mythology, not American history. History is not mythology. Mythology, when you say patriotic education, that's teaching myth. It's not history. So, we should really call these high school classes and probably the survey courses they teach, is part of a core curriculum in college. We should call it mythology.
Be even a dereliction of duty in this moment, when public historians are called on to rise to the challenge of making the past matter in authentic ways in our deeply problematic present. Ruckus, like so many historians and experts right now, are happy to invoke the spirit of the Patriot resistance and then proceed to domesticate it for modern Americans, distorting everything that it was in a way that not only flattens what they did, but anesthetizes it. The program vividly shows the reality of the Patriot resistance. The riots, the violence, the physical threats, the property destruction, the continued, persistent pressure brought by Samuel Adams on Thomas Hutchinson, oddly presented here as British, rather than the Massachusetts native he was, and Parliament, sometimes yawned at, then raged at. It is not a story of polite protest, petition, and electoral strategy, although each was.
Yeah, I'm not gonna burden you. And I know it's Sunday and it's a pop-up show and it's not the usual weekday show where it gets all pedantic and shit. I'm trying not to be, but I think I just naturally am. And I was hoping little Tina would come up and talk to her papa as she calls me. Where did Tina go? Damn it. She would actually make this entertaining. But anyway, so we go. You can't have everything when you're an old man. But Gerald Horne is an old man, and he sums up what the American Revolution was all about. He's got a book called The Counter Revolution of 1776, which I own, but have not gotten around to read yet. Hopefully, I'll get it in the next month or two. Margaret Kimberly, the lady on the left, I think she's a religion professor at University of Pennsylvania. I know less about her. I know way more about Gerald Horne, and I love the way he does history. Oh, and by the way, he is eminent. He's one of the progenitors of the 1619, and people like Sean Wilentz, they don't fuck with Gerald Horne because he has their education and better. He's also an Ivy League trained lawyer. So he's Ivy League law and Ivy League history. And he is like a history professor at the University of Houston. He is eminent, but they don't fuck with him because he can back up his shit. I want to grow up to be Gerald Horne, by the way, but it'll never happen.
Good day, and thank you so much for joining Black Agenda Report. This week, Black Agenda Report is giving special attention to the 250th anniversary of the U.S. Declaration of Independence, which was signed on July 4th, 1776. We acknowledge this date while, of course, living up to our mission of providing news, commentary, and analysis from the Black left. So who better to join us in this effort than Dr. Gerald Horne, professor at the University of Houston and a prolific author whose 2014 book, The Counter-Revolution of 1776, Slave Resistance and the Origins of the United States.
Let me also throw some more barbs and shoot some more arrows at these motherfuckers who profess to actually know something about Black culture in these YouTube streets. Everyone from Nightish to Hamp to Sharon, all the ghetto folks, CT, all of them. Dude, y'all probably don't even know who Gerald Horne is, and the dude writes books. You could read his history, but why would you read a book? Books are bad. You got to just know what's in your head. I learned some mythology in high school, and I'm going to talk history. I'm going to talk my talk, and I'm going to go, must be the money. Dude, that shit is so goddamn weak. And yes, it's entertainment, but it's not enlightening. It's not making shit better. It's making shit worse.
States of America will be the focus of our discussion. Thank you so much for coming back, Dr. Horne.
Thank you for inviting me.
You know, counter-revolution is a term that's generally not associated with what's called the American Revolution. So tell us why the events of 1776 were a counter-revolution.
Well, you have to understand, first of all, the indigenous question. That is to say, there were minimally 500 indigenous nations on the cusp of the revolt against British rule in the 1770s. But as a result of the success of that revolt, most of those indigenous nations were liquidated, not to mention the nationals who were part of those nations, up to and including.
And I'm sorry to interrupt such eminence, but I want to make a quick point. Dude, people teach history as a series of discrete incidents. They don't teach history like cause and effect. That is why, dude, part of what they don't teach you in high school, and honestly, I didn't know it until maybe the past 10 years. One of the reasons that there was a quote American Revolution is England told the United States, sorry, we are not going to pay for you going over the Alleghenies and fucking surveying and speculating over Indian land. They don't teach you that the French and Indian War, England paid for and just said, fuck this. The taxes, the no taxation without representation part, Americans wanted to fucking speculate on all this land that they were violently taking away from Native Americans. And England was like, no, we're tired of you picking wars and us having to pay for your defense. That's why there was taxation. It cost money to put the soldiers there. And then y'all are going to act out. So we're going to send some soldiers over to make sure you don't act out. And we're going to tax you for that because, God damn it, if you would do what we tell you to do, we wouldn't have to send soldiers over. That's the part they don't teach you. Some of the shit was provoked. George Washington was like a lieutenant colonel in the French and Indian War. If you know, I read an article today. George Washington was a reckless young officer. Dude tried to apply for a regular commission in the British Army. I bet they don't tell you about that in your high school history book. And he was rejected because he was a fuck up as a fucking militia officer. George Washington failed miserably in that French and Indian War. They need to teach people that shit, even if it's just like, hey, do a book report on it as extra credit. George Washington was a fuck up until he wasn't a fuck up. You know, nobody's going to discount, you know, what he did. But dude, he was part of the problem. Americans wanted to get rich off of taking Indian land violently. Then when the Indians would go, fuck this, we're going to attack you back, Americans would be begging, oh, got to defend us. And Britain just said, hey, look, guess what? No more. Don't go over the Alleghenies and take land and speculate on it. That was part of what these founders were pissed off about.
When the United States of America leaped across the Pacific into Hawaii and helped to overthrow the Hawaiian monarchy, which was a reformist monarchy. You had telephones and electricity in the archipelago, oftentimes before you had it on the mainland. So it's difficult to suggest, as many of our friends on the left have done, that 1776 was a great leap forward for humanity when it led to such disastrous, catastrophic results for the indigenous population, results that continue to resound. And then there's the question of enslavement of Africans. On the cusp of the revolt against British rule in 1776, there were thousands of enslaved Africans. On the verge of the US Civil War in 1861, there were millions. Now, some of our friends try to convince us that 1776 was ultimately an abolitionist enterprise. But if that is the case, I would hate to see a pro-slavery enterprise, given the exponential increase in the number of enslaved Africans. I think part of the problem is, and I would say this also for members of the Guild, that is to say historians who write about 1776, not to mention our friends to the left who don't necessarily do any original research and then draw upon the writings of historians in order to come to their conclusions. Oftentimes they begin the story in the middle of the 18th century, and that's akin to coming into a complicated movie in the middle of the show and thinking that you've understood everything that transpired before the movie began, not to mention the fact that you'll probably be misled about the conclusion. And that's one of the reasons why my book, The Counter-Revolution of 1776, is really part of a trilogy that includes the dawning of the apocalypse, which deals with the origins of white supremacy and settler colonialism and enslavement in the 1500s, and then the apocalypse of settler colonialism, which deals with the 1600s, and then the counter-revolution of 1776 obviously deals with the 1700s, because this is a very complicated story. But to reduce it to its most simple elements, it's fair to suggest, and this is part of the unfortunate aspect of analyses of the creation of the United States of America, it's fair to suggest that many Europeans and many who were European adjacent, speaking of Lebanese Christians like Ralph Nader, for example, they benefited from the creation of the United States of America. But I'm not sure if the rest of us, not to mention the
Let me that statement, this is one of the few times I actually watched this video, and then I'm like, hey, I need to show this on the show. This Ralph Nader point about how people like Ralph Nader, immigrants, benefit from, the founding and just America in general, it made me think of Be Brave, he doesn't have roots deep into into American history, but when he talks about white people, he says us and we. Made me think of CT as well. He doesn't have deep roots into American history, but he loves to tell who the real blacks are and who's black and who's not. These people talk their shit because of people who there were black Americans, black former slaves, black freedmen who fought in the Revolutionary War. And on both sides of my family, and I'm not that much into genealogy, my father is, dude, just on my father's side, their roots that go back into the 18th century, I believe maybe even pre-America. I can't remember the dates now. But we want to talk about, what CT is saying, and I love CT and all that bullshit. CT doesn't have deep roots in American culture, American history. Be Brave doesn't have deep roots in American history. Why are y'all accepting? And that doesn't make them any less American than I am. But dude, when you start telling me who's black and who's not, or when someone like a Be Brave will talk about we built this country, motherfucker, you don't have the kind of roots that would even qualify you to include yourself in the we. See, when you start being stupid and ignorant, people start digging. They start digging into the what furs and the why furs. Y'all are listening to people who they're American. They can say what they want to say. They got a First Amendment right. But dude, really, how does someone like Be Brave, who failed by his own admission, why is he saying white people? He's not white. He's not one of those white people. And people don't do individual, inventions and technologies and stuff like that as a group project. he has no reason to talk as boastfully as he does. He hasn't even done shit in his own life. Why are we letting this dude why are we letting this dude get away with shit? No one ever questions it. Hey, Tamika.
Hi, Stanley. Happy holiday.
Happy holidays.
So,
I'm
what are
just
you?
sitting up here. I am up here being a bitter old man. So thank you for coming to sweeten up the show.
Did you do something with your son and your father-in-law yesterday?
Nope. I don't even know where my father-in-law is. I think he's in Virginia. All I did yesterday was make chili dogs.
Yeah.
That was my holiday celebration. My son went out. He's 20. He doesn't have to hang around with his old pa.
Well, that's good. At least he's out enjoying himself and his life.
Well, my son's not married yet.
I know. He's supposed to enjoy himself instead of sitting in the house with you.
I would be disappointed if he did. I'd be like, if you're going to be here, clean up. If you're not going to clean up, go out.
Oh, yeah. Hi, 12th man.
Hey, good to see y'all. I'm trying to cope. It's been a rough couple of days, but here I am.
Oh, no.
A rough couple of days? I thought you were sick.
Yeah, I wasn't feeling good, Stanley. I'm still not 100%.
Oh, really? What's
wrong? But it is what it is.
Well, wait, hold it. Is that the medicine talking? You sound kind of slurred. But you taking some strong medicine?
Well, I just started my first beer. So.
Oh, I thought you was gonna
wow, that must be some strong NyQuil you're taking.
No, I've enjoyed the lesson today, and I'm thinking about getting this guy's book. What's his name again, Stanley?
Gerald Horne.
Joe Horn. Counter-Revolution, 1776. Sounds like a good book.
Well, like I said, I started reading it, but I had other priorities, books I needed to read. But look, the way he frames it and the way the actual history works, he can make that point. As I was saying, the American Revolution didn't just start over taxation without no representation. It was way more complicated than that. And one of the reasons there was taxation is Americans wanted to keep moving west and expecting Britain to defend. When they pissed off the Indians, they were wanting British troops over here to fight for them. So Britain basically said, hey, look, you're costing us money. We're going to tax you. And I'm not going to say whether that was fair or not. I agree with the taxation without representation part, but there are parts of why this revolution started that they don't teach in high school. And Gerald Horne presents a very backed up by primary sources. Dude isn't making this shit up. History's not a timeline, it's a narrative, and different interpretations of the events make different histories. It's almost like there are two sides to every story. Well, you got Sean Willentz and all these historians who present the American Revolution as a very noble cause. Well, Gerald Horne goes, let's hold on a minute. You got a bunch of people talking about, hey, they're being treated like slaves when they were treating people like slaves. You know, that's something that needs to be presented because
Well,
it's
one of
true.
the things that I was always taught, Stanley, was one of the biggest things that kicked off the American Revolution was when the British came for the armories, like the local armories, like when they came for the guns, that's what
Okay, where were
started
they
the
going
big
after the
feud.
guns? I'm not going to say you're wrong, but where were they going after the guns? Just curious.
I forget the
Okay, then
colony that they
don't
were
talk
going
about
after or
don't talk
whatever.
about it. Don't just throw shit out there. If you can't tell me the when, where, I'm gonna be your history teacher today. Don't be coming up here talking about the British went after the guns if you can't give me the details. Now, you're not wrong, but I'm gonna give you a C minus because you can't give me the details. So,
Fair enough, Stanley.
to
That's
me,
a passing grade, right?
if you just want to pass, sure. So,
It's better than a D minus.
what would you do for the fourth, Tamika?
What was the question? I'm sorry.
What'd you do for the fourth?
Oh, I just hung out with my friend. She at first I went to her house, and both of her daughters and their boyfriends came over and their kids, and I was just talking to them. And then we all went over to her sister's house, and I watched the kids pop firecrackers. We ate and was dancing and stuff. I haven't done anything in a long time, so I ended up freaking out a little bit and leaving because it was just
Why?
too much fun, and I was drunk. Yeah, I couldn't stop crying because I was having so much fun. I don't know. It was very emotional for
Now,
me.
did you leave or did they toss you out?
No, they didn't want me to leave. They wanted me to stay. They wanted me to stay, but my kids is down with the dad for the summer, and it's starting to suck being a. You hear my cat? She won't shut the hell up.
Well, why don't you just go visit your kids?
I can, but I don't want to.
Hold it.
I just wish they were here, but I don't want them to come back home. Well, I'm still trying
kitty.
Can I ask you a question? Do you
Yeah.
think you're making them tougher? They probably miss you too.
Well, when I got in trouble for calling them every day, I just kind of just don't want to be getting talked to like that,
You
especially
got
by
in
my
trouble
son.
because you called them every day?
Yeah.
Oh,
Remember,
wow.
I came in the show.
Really?
I've never heard it. I remember
Remember,
you
I
talking
told
about it.
you. I told you, and then I started crying because
How can you
I
get in
remember that,
trouble
but
for
let's
calling your
follow.
kids every
All I
day?
have to say
I don't
is
understand
I
that.
am not going to broach
I
that.
was giving them
I'm not there.
assignments and
But
stuff.
what I am saying is they probably miss you too. Ask to go visit.
Yeah, I will. I'm gonna see him this weekend.
Good.
The school is about to start back, and we got to get ready for school.
Please don't tell me you were drunk and miserable going, I miss my kids. I miss my kids.
No, what you ran off. Woo, I'm glad she got it.
They were having fun and all of a sudden you weren't.
Yeah. Well, we don't celebrate holidays, so I know they wasn't caring about how I felt.
Oh.
They get to pop firecrackers and stuff. We don't do that. That's 4-year anniversary when my son got shot in the head.
Ooh, I never heard that story.
Yeah,
Uh-oh.
my son and my daughter, before I moved back to my childhood house, we lived somewhere else, and they weren't quite at the age I could trust both of them staying at home alone. And I wanted to do Uber that night, so I brought them here where I live now. But my parents lived here, and we had a dog, and the dog couldn't come in the house, so they chained the dog to the backyard fence or whatever. So like around 9 o'clock, my kids went out there to go get the dog to put him in his kennel on the porch, and a bullet came out of the sky, hit my son in the top of his head, and
Oh
went through
my
his.
God.
It damaged his vision on the right side, and it came out the roof of his mouth. We was in the hospital for 9 days while he had brain surgery, and then he had to breathe on his own again, and it was just a lot of stuff.
So,
Jesus
I mean,
Christ.
what kind of was it? A July the 4th thing?
Yep, it was July the 4th. Somebody
Yeah.
was shooting.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. Oh my God, that's horrible. People do that shit. You know, somebody on YouTube was talking about that. Like, as a matter of fact, it was General Dave. He's like, yeah, you know, if you're doing, you know, that stuff in the city, if you shoot up in the air and those bullets hit the
Yeah,
ground,
they come down.
well, yeah, it's ballistics. But if they hit like the pavement, they ricochet. They don't go through the
Mhm.
pavement.
They sure do. And
How's
then
your son now,
Yeah.
though?
he's doing better. He had anger problems for a good little while because it destroyed his frontal
How,
lobe or whatever.
I mean, I'm sorry. How old is he?
Now he's 12, but it was 8 when it
Oh
happened.
wow.
Oh my
Oh,
goodness.
Yeah. So
dude,
yeah, my
So
you
sister,
sorry for that.
dude, I'd have
my
moved
sister
the fuck out of the city. It's
yeah,
like no more.
you can't
Oh
do
yeah.
anything if you don't have no witnesses because they
Oh no, no,
can't.
no, no. No, you won't have witnesses. My point is, I'd have gotten the hell out of the city. There's no way I would ever live around people who just do shit like that.
My sister, well, she's not my sister anymore, but that group of girls that's into it with bomb again. One of the sisters in the group, she actually posted it on Facebook, and I got donations and everything. I mean, not on Facebook, on YouTube. She made a whole video about it because I gave her pictures of my son when he was not breathing on his own and stuff, and she published them on here.
Oh
How's
my
he
God.
doing
I
today,
can't
Tanika?
imagine how the fuck, dude.
He has to wear glasses to protect.
You are such the mother. There's no way I'd be on a fucking warpath forever.
Yeah. I am to a degree, but I be trying to be calm because everybody's, starting to think that I have some type of mental thing because of just being sad all the time. It's
You
not
got
'cause I don't like my life too
PTSD.
much. I know, and I don't like it too much either. But I'm not
Well,
suicidal. I don't know what's wrong with these people.
well, let me ask you a question, and it's a personal question because look, I've had to do grief counseling when I didn't even think that I had grief.
Yeah.
I thought it was over it, and I literally had like my one day, my parents showed up in Northern Virginia, had no clue they were coming. And my sister and my brother and my brother-in-law, all these people showed up on my porch, and I'm like, hey, dude, they're like, nope, we're gonna have to take over. And they saw something that I just could not see because I got a lot of pride and I have, I have the ego and all that stuff. All I'm saying is I benefited from like an actual, it was a VA psychologist. And the result was at the end, like, hey, I don't think you need me anymore. If you do, call me. Is not a permanent thing, but sometimes it just helps to be able to talk to someone very objective And I guess what I'm asking, because I'm making a long story of this, have you ever thought that, hey, you know what? I need someone to like work through this with. Not that you should, not that you even need it. I'm just asking the question.
No, I was doing more of self-love stuff, but you say I need to go get counseling?
No, I'm just asking, have you thought about it? I don't know that you need
I've
it. I
done
don't
it
know.
before. I've done it multiple times when I thought I needed it, but I really don't think I need it. What I think I need is to do things to make myself happier. And that's what I have been doing. I mean, I haven't been doing a lot, but I've been doing as much as I can do.
Mhm. Well, then you've answered my question. I made it
Yeah.
more difficult than it should have been. I
Yeah,
suppose.
I'm just trying to see how long, because I should have never agreed to doing this. So, like, if they're having fun, I don't want to take away from their fun, because all they're going to do is get on my nerves when they get home.
Well, sometimes being preoccupied with kids is a good thing.
Yeah.
Like when my son said, "Hey, I'll see you in a couple weeks," I was like, "Well, you don't have a job?"
I'm making my daughter get a job. Yep, sure
I was,
am.
dude, you're some fancy like engineering school student. Don't you have an internship? It's not like you can't come home, but should you?
Stanley put him to work.
No, actually, I didn't. He's taking a physics course. He's doing something. So that's fine. I was kind of well, let me tell you why I was actually surprised. I know a lot of times when I was in college, I'm like, oh, I have to go home again. I was just shocked. And my sister always says this, well, Stanley, he does love you, you know. He likes being home. And
Yeah.
what can I say? It is relaxing here. There's you can go fishing. It's
Yeah,
quiet.
Stanley even makes special orders for him, like on his Uber or whatever, he'll order Pop Tarts and whatever his son wants.
Well, not whatever. Well, hey, he made shrimp scampi the other night, and the shit was delicious.
Is that
He
right?
Oh fuck yeah. I told you he knows how to cook. He made it.
Huh?
So, but he cooks fancy. Everything has to be fancy. Well, hey, he walked into my room and said, "Oh, here's dinner." Like, well, you know what? I'm not gonna.
Should
Hey,
learn from his dad how to
it
cook,
was worth you. It was
'cause
worth you
you're a
being
good cook, Stanley.
dude. And then there was seconds. Oh boy, I'm glad you came home now.
That sounds great.
How long ago did this happen, Tamika?
Sorry, you can't hear me. It happened 4 years ago.
Oh my lord! So he was 8. Oh my lord!
Yep.
Oh wow!
My daughter was standing right next to him. I mean, that's like the most horrible shit that I ever experienced in my life. 2 completely innocent children. Because it could have been her. Do you know? I mean, I'm not saying that it's worse that it happened to him or better that it happened to
No,
him,
no,
but
no.
just
We get your point. Shit, it could have happened to both of them.
I know, and she had to carry him in the house because they were thinking he got hit by a firecracker. Yeah, because my parents was in the house, like in the bed. It was bedtime, and I had just went home and I had pulled up Taz. That's what I was doing. I was taking a break, and I was sitting on my bed laughing at Taz because Taz was drilling somebody on YouTube. And my mom called me and I was like, hello, hello. And she wasn't saying anything. And then I just heard her in the background saying, what do you want me to tell Tamika? And I was like, tell Tamika what? She was like, I'm going to call you back. And so I'm panicking because she sounded like she'd been crying and shit. And then she sent me a picture of my son talking about what should we do. I was like, if you don't get him to the fucking emergency, oh my God. I was like 25 miles away. I had to race over here. I couldn't even figure out how to turn my headlights on. I was losing my mind. And then I called my son's dad, and all we do is argue if we talk to each other. So I just was like, don't say nothing. Just get your ass to the hospital and go now. Go now. And then guess what? After all of it, and we got in the hospital and spent 9 days together in this hospital, he blamed it all on me. So now I gotta have guilt on my head just because it happened at my parents' house.
What?
Huh?
Dude, just
Tamika, did they get the shooter?
No. I don't have an idea who
this
did
is
it.
just random shooting shit in the air.
But they are banning people from the park now because I live in the park and they was letting all these YNs and hooligans since before I was born, race up and down in the park. First they put speed bumps, then they put rocks in the grass so they can't drive in the grass no more. And now this Juneteenth and today or yesterday, they've been having cops just posted up at every entry point of the park, even around our houses, because they've been racing up and down our streets, acting like lunatics.
What, in cars?
Yes. Like, have you ever seen music videos where there's crowds of niggas? I didn't say the word.
Oh, yeah. I've seen it.
No. You get carte blanche today.
They're racing, spinning around in circles. That happens in less than half a mile from my house. Almost every
Just
holiday.
being a reckless motherfucker.
Yes, and now the police are stopping them. They're stopping them from coming.
Good.
To the neighborhood and everything. And they've been pissed. And I wrote on my Facebook that if they don't want you in the park, go buy your own land.
Yeah. How about that shit?
Oh, we're tired of you. I've been going through this all my life.
Let me make one point though. That stuff actually happens out in the country too. And I'm not going to get too deep into it, but these people, if you're living, like I used to live on a 1-lane gravel road, and these people from Maryland, as it turns out, would bring their dirt bikes and stuff like that up to the mountain. They had some friend or something, that was their excuse. So it's not just it happens other places, even out kind of rural.
Yeah, but that's where it should happen. That's where they're doing all that shooting and crap.
No, ma'am. Let me tell you something that you got right. Buy your own land.
Yep.
Yeah.
Like my father has a pretty decent piece of land that's been in the family for who knows how long. We can't even go out. It used to be you could go and just shoot. But there are houses all around it now. It's like 75 acres in their houses, but rifle shots and shit, they travel forever. If you're gonna go out and shoot, you best be putting a target up on a tree so the tree can stop it. You can't just do the shit you want to do. But we could go, dude. I used to go hunting as a kid. Get your own land and you can do what the fuck you want to do.
Mm-hmm. Facts.
But
when I shoot for fun out here, Stanley.
The lesson is when other people live near you, you can't do what you used to do.
When I shoot for fun out here, Stanley, it's always at a tree. Something that I know is going to stop the bullet.
People don't think of other people, is my point.
Nope, they sure
what they're doing.
Some people shouldn't own guns, evidently.
The Second Amendment, disagrees with you.
Well,
Now
when I
you
had
get
the
a
right
gun
to
and
bear
you get a
arms,
gun.
everybody was scared. Everybody's scared than a motherfucker. So now I had to get rid of it.
Hmm.
So how come people?
Nobody should be operating a firearm after they've been drinking, period.
I
End
never
of
even had
story.
to operate it. All I did was buy it. I never put bullets in it or nothing. I did have it in my bed because it had a light on it, so it was like a flashlight.
Well, you deserve to be
Wait,
armed.
hold
I
it. You
mean,
were using it like a flashlight?
Yeah, and people was scared of it, and I was
Well,
trying to.
I wonder.
My
I
kids weren't
wonder
scared,
why.
but my
I
kids
took
weren't
I
scared.
took my flashlight to the front door because I couldn't see my way to the front door. So I opened the front door with my flashlight. Oh, by the way, it's also a 9 mil.
Man, is
what's a
9 millimeter
flashlight on
dangerous or something?
I'm sorry, what?
Is it more dangerous?
I'm making a joke.
But it was a 9 millimeter.
No, the point is they might be scared.
Oh, my kids weren't scared, and that's who I got it for, to
Well,
protect them.
okay. All I have to say is it was just a joke. It was a dumb joke. So
Okay. Yeah, I had to get a light on it, like Yellow Beezy told me. But see, this time I'm getting a red dot because I found the exact gun I want.
Oh,
What
Yeah.
now? Training have you had with it? Just out of curiosity.
None. I'm gonna go and
Okay,
get
you don't
one.
need to say more. I'm just going to recommend that you get some training with it.
Okay, and I recommend it too because I'm scared of the recoil. Because my wrists are really weak.
If you
and
get
I'm just-
training, you'll know how to handle the recoil.
Okay.
we have a female firearms training course here on the Kenai Peninsula, specifically for women, that teaches them how to handle firearms and conceal carry and all that business. I don't
Yeah.
know what it all involves, but it's specifically for females, and it teaches them how to defend themselves with a firearm.
I only had it for 3 months, but I mean, I'll get me another one or go back to the place that I sold it.
No. Do you still have it?
No, I took it to a pawn shop. They only gave me
No.
$100 for it, and I bought it for
Oh,
300 something.
you know what? I honestly wish I was your boyfriend right now because I'd
Why?
have told you no.
I could
Just
go
get
back and get it. I still got time to.
just
It's
get
just people are
just get
scared.
trained up on it, and you will at least be able to go. You can be scared all you want, but I'm not scared. I'm trained up.
Right.
Dude, don't
Okay.
fear firearms. As long as you follow the training and you practice, you also got to practice. You can't get the training and never practice. It's almost like you don't use it, you lose it. You got to
Yeah.
practice. There are
Right.
certain responsibilities you have when you own firearms. You got to practice, like having a pet in a way.
Okay. Well, I'm
There
definitely
are
gonna.
responsibilities to that Second Amendment. People seem it, dude, I'm gonna get so pedantic on your ass. You know what? I'll just stop because I'm just gonna be an old man on this. You have a Second Amendment right, but every right comes with responsibilities. You can't abuse the right.
Yeah, I wouldn't
That's
stay.
right.
So my old man, my old man, after school special is over now.
It's okay, old man. You're really not that old, but if you want to keep saying that, then that's fine too.
Oh, I have to convince myself because some of you young ladies out there, oh boy,
I
Y'all are
know.
y'all are cute.
But some of us wanna date older guys though, as long as everything still works.
Well, all I have to say is when I meet one right where right where I live or near where I live, I'll go for it. Otherwise, I will just keep giving you the best advice I can, and or just, dude, it is a treat when you and all these other young ladies come up. It's actually like a treat. You make the show, you make my day.
Oh, so sweet, Stanley.
I
I wish
try.
I meet a guy who talks to me like that. Like I make his day just being there.
Honestly, I'm not lying. I it's thrilling. So
You made my day just by hearing your voice, Tamika.
Really? It doesn't change too much and it doesn't bother you, huh?
no,
No.
Oh, well, good. I'm laying down right now. I was sitting
you
no.
really had to add that. You really had to add that.
Yeah, I'm in the bed now, under the
So my
cover.
next instinct is you're laying down. What you doing?
Nothing yet.
What you
I'm
what you doing?
right here with me right now.
What you doing with that sweet voice? You laying
Um,
down,
I just
talking
took
with
all
that
my
sweet
clothes off.
voice.
I just took all my clothes off and got under the cover.
Oh,
Oh my goodness.
let's put fuel on that old man fire.
Yeah, I'm
Ooh, boy,
completely
she's
free
about to take some
effortless.
embers. She's gonna take
Yeah,
my embers,
Tamika, you
throw
got
them
two
into
old
a
men up
raging
here, so
bonfire.
there's that.
She's trying to take 61-year-old embers and build them into a young man bonfire.
Yes, sir. Let it burn, baby.
It's
Let
gonna
it
be an
burn.
inferno.
Ooh, I like it spicy. I don't really like temperature hot, but I like spicy.
Yeah,
You
okay.
like Mexican food then?
Yes, I love Mexican
I
food. That's one of
love
my favorites.
Mexican food too.
Yes, sir. I can eat that
Speak
all
some
day, every
Spanish.
day.
Speak some Mexican.
Speak some Spanish to you. Te quiero mucho.
I love
Huh?
those Al
I
Pastor
understand the mucho
tacos.
part.
Huh?
Al Pastor tacos, you know that roasted marinated pork on a
Pork.
on a on a corn tortilla shell, just
Puerco.
loaded up with pineapple and onions and roasted pork. Oh man, that's a bomb.
Yeah,
And
I'm more of an enchilada type of person. Like I could eat that
yeah, I
all
love
day.
enchiladas.
Nachos, anything with salsa pica de gallo. I don't really like
Mm.
guacamole too much because that always make my stomach upset. It tastes good though. It
Oh,
tastes really good.
guacamole does makes your
Mhm.
tummy hurt.
Yep. Anything with
Oh,
avocado just make my stomach hurt.
I could eat guacamole all day long.
I bet you full of shit too, ain't you?
I've been called worse.
Yes, Bobby, I'm naked for real. I should put a crock pot in the bed with me and take a picture for
Hey,
you.
hey, I just put in the chat. He needs to come up to the panel and ask that.
I can't believe
Come
you
up
wrote
and
eggs like
come up
that. Stanley, how dare
come up and
you?
ask her in person, Bobby Perkins.
Hi, Speak Radio.
Well, it's gonna be hard to go back to this history video after all this.
Okay, I'll
No,
stop
we
you
can go
next
back
time.
Oh
to it.
no. Hey, I can show this tomorrow. I'm I'm not in any mood to get back to.
Oh, now you want to see Tamika in the bed naked.
I
No,
know.
you know what? All I can tell you right now is I've never been the sort of guy who just likes talking shit.
I know.
I've never been into like
How
playboys and porn movies. I like to be able to touch my porn, and I'm just kind of a real relationship guy. Women are wonderful, and if you actually treat them like women, now pick the right woman to begin with. You know, don't
Right.
be looking trash. But
Right.
women, dude, I can remember one time. Um, my wife did not want me to go to work for some reason or another, and I was like, apparently I'd been working too much or something. So, you know, I come out of the bathroom and you seen those YouTube videos where, you know, woman, you know, some relationship, your wife or your girlfriend or whatever. She's like, she wants to get your attention. Well, my wife wanted my attention and I had to call off work. It's like, hey, you know what? I'm not feeling that well, but I'm about to feel better. Look,
Calling sick, Stanley,
she
so you can
all
make
I have
love
to
all
say,
day.
all I have to say is that, you know, if your wife wants your attention, and my wife was not real dramatic, and you know, she wasn't even that flirty, except, you know, with me, she could be, but you know, she was kind of a no nonsense person, though she had a really good sense of humor, but she wanted my attention and she knew how to get it. And that's the kind of woman I'm the same way. I'm not gonna be, you know, looking at porn or something. Um, you know, if you treat your wife
Hell no.
nice and have a healthy relationship, might not be every day, but sometimes, you know, you will get what you
Don't
want.
get mad at her if she wanted every
Or
day.
get
Because,
what
like,
you
if
get what
I'm the
you need.
type,
You will get what you need, and she will be like, "Oh, you need it? Well, I need it too."
you know, shoot, I want to wake up to it in my hand. Shit. And you know what? People kill me. They be like, well, if you was all that or whatever, then you would have that. No, it's not that easy. It's not that
No
easy.
one's all that every day.
Well, no, I'm saying just having a man, period. Like, it's easy to have one. It's not easy to deal with another person. And then why do I keep hearing this squeaking noise?
I don't think it's me.
I don't know, because every time I start talking,
Untrackable salute.
Hey,
Someone has a slight echo.
I just came in. And did I mess up the audio?
No, I don't
I
think.
just started hearing it every time when I start to see. I'm hearing it now. Okay, now it's one away. Okay, so what was I?
It might be me, but I can't figure out why.
I don't hear it anymore.
Well, don't worry about it. You know, if I need to come out and come back in, you know, whatever, we'll fix it. It's not that bad. Untrackable, what you got? And what'd you do for the 4th, by the way? Tamika, we're definitely coming back to you.
Speak up, untrackable.
Hey, I was adjusting my audio.
What'd you do
did
for
it get,
what'd you do for the 4th?
well, I worked, and then I came home and mowed the lawn, and then and then I ate and went to sleep. I swear, it is so hot, and we've been so busy. I lost a teammate, so you know.
Oh wait,
means
hold
you
it. You did what? How?
I went to work. I had to
like
work,
an
man.
army teammate?
No, like a work teammate. He got he got canned, if you will. He got fired.
Oh, I see.
Oh
So
shit.
some people say it was like, oh, working on a holiday. It's like, hey, when it's your turn, take it, because when it's not your turn, you're going to enjoy it. And so I come in with a head full of steam. I'm just like, I'm ready for battle. I'm ready to represent America today at work. And without my teammate. So there's a lot to handle there. But
Right.
but hey, that's what that's hey, if you're gonna celebrate in any sort of way, do it in the way that it came to be, and that is in battle, and that is in the middle of the shit. Everybody else, they can drink their beers and eat their hot dogs and do whatever they got to do, but some of the battle never stops.
Right.
The freedom.
We got someone else up here. Simon, how'd you celebrate the 4th? It's a joke. Don't take it seriously.
No,
but
Stanley, and appreciate you through the panel. I have to do it in a way that my girlfriend tells me how to do it. That's an American.
Celebrating the 4th?
Mm-hmm. Like my girl's from
Is she
I ain't
English?
gonna say. No, she's from the States, but I can say.
Oh, that is she. Oh, okay. So, how did she tell you to celebrate the 4th? Now I'm real curious.
Because she celebrated with her parents and stuff, but
Well, did you kind of want to be there with her parents and like as a couple?
I have done like previously, but I was just like this year, not this year. I've got other shit going on, but yeah, no, it's just really interesting, and of course I've got to be there for her. She's my
Right.
girl. Mm-hmm.
But you weren't there. You were there in spirit.
Yeah, of course. I mean, I'm always.
Yeah, well, you weren't there. You were just ethereally there.
Yeah, that this year, yeah. Last year I was
You
there.
you
Last
were in
year,
you were in the ether. You were
yeah. I mean,
materially there.
this year, yeah. Last year, I
Really?
was in person, but like this year, I couldn't do it.
Well, you sound kind of down about that. Are y'all?
Yeah, of course, it's upsetting. Of course, it is.
Oh,
so, yeah.
I'm glad she didn't get to spend time with you. She was with another man anyway.
Oh boy. Wait, hold it. Do y'all know?
No, I don't know this woman. I don't know who
You
she
don't know
is.
Tamika? You don't know TMKC?
Oh my gosh. I don't know your black ass either.
No.
Yeah, she just said she don't know me.
Wait, is Simon black? I thought he was British.
No. Yeah, he's a Negro-pean. That's what he is.
Yeah, she said she just mad for no kind of reason.
Damn.
That's
I ain't say shit. Did you see Stanley? Did I say shit to her?
No.
You're a Negro.
Hey, I'm just the moderator. I will moderate.
Did I say
Hold on,
anything to this
hold
woman?
on. You know
Well,
what?
give a fuck if you did or not.
Tina. Hey,
Like,
Tina,
come
I
out.
didn't see you down there. Did you? Hopefully you weren't waiting long, Tina.
Y'all black people should stop going at each other. That's what I think.
Okay. Whoa. Let me pause. Let me pause the show to tell 12 man, it's not your place to make that judgment. Stay out of what
Thank you
you
very
don't
much.
know.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Just
Let me
mine
address
2
her.
cents. Mine 2
Okay.
cents.
Of course, you're gonna keep going when I tell you to stay out of it because it's your white privilege to do so, right? Son, you don't want to fuck with me on this. Just heed my warning. You stay out of shit you don't understand, and you'll be fine. So
Stanley, can I address her?
Please do.
Can I address her?
Please
Look,
do.
lady.
Wait, hold it. I thought you were gonna address 12th man. There's another lady up here that I would like to say hello to that I haven't talked to in a bit. Hey, Tina.
Hi, Tina.
Hey, Tina. I ain't met you
Hi,
either.
Tina.
Hi, y'all. Hi.
Yeah. Right. So, what she called me? She called me son. I don't know what she called me, but I'm just saying, like, you have no right to even say that. And the fact of the matter
No, there
is
was 12th Man who said it. And 12th
no.
Man, he's a good guy. He just, he stepped on a landmine, and I pulled him back.
No, I'm talking about this lady that turned around and said something about.
No, we're not going to go after Tamika.
Right, all right, cool. I
Let's
don't need
not do
to.
that.
Like, I'm not even pressed like
Okay,
that.
you
So,
don't need to. She was talking about a real life thing that she went through, and
no,
simply
I stepped on
let's
a
just
flat. Oh, wait, hold up, Stanley.
let me declare a truce for you before you go too far. Let me instruct you.
Get him, Stanley.
You can
Shut up, hoe.
say, but don't go after her.
I'm going off this fucking dumb nigga.
You can make a lighthearted critique, but if you go
No,
after her, I'm gonna have to step
I'm
in.
not gonna be mad about her. It's just like what I was about to say was there was no need to actually talk to me like that. I didn't do nothing to you. Do you know what I mean? I didn't do nothing
Do
to you.
y'all know each other?
No, he
Right.
knows me. Stanley, you had him on camera and me on camera on your channel just like a
Oh,
couple weeks
well,
ago.
you know what? But knowing someone isn't necessarily
Oh no, we
like
don't know
talking
each
to
other.
them on a
We just
panel.
talk to each other before.
I don't know why you go approach me. You want to calm down a little bit.
Yesterday. All I called you
Well,
was a Negro opinion. What did
Tamika,
you say?
you have to
What
kind
did
of
you
know
say?
Simon. He is the life of the party. He doesn't
Well,
always
for
mean
the
what he says.
he got kicked up out the party yesterday, so he should be remembering that because he the one who was talking crazy. I call him a Negro opinion. That is not an offensive word. You are a black man and you're a Negro
Well, it
opinion.
could be taken as a tad aggressive.
What?
What?
Oh my God! What?
Yes, too much mayo in your ears. You can't understand shit.
Go fuck your hoe.
Oh.
You pussy. Because you the one talk shit
Upset about mayo in the ears? What does
Nah,
that mean?
I do nothing to this woman. I
I
don't do
think you have
anything to
an
this woman.
inkling. I think
bread and
you have
shut
an
your mouth.
inkling of what that might
Why
mean.
you want to talk to me like that? Well, I ain't say shit to you. Like really?
I'm talking to 12 man. I wasn't even talking to you.
Yo,
I told him
Stanley.
guys go get
I
on some
can't even
fucking
talk to this woman.
tomato and some
Why
bread
she
and shut
talk to
your
me?
ass up.
You hear this shit? You hear this shit? Like
The fuck
look, Stanley.
Okay,
Stanley,
look,
please.
all I have to say is it was such a pleasant conversation. I really don't want it to get I really don't want it to get too far off the rails. I'll allow a little bit, but this,
I ain't say shit to this woman. Like, god damn. Like, what?
okay, well then don't say any more
No,
shit and
I'll
it
talk to
will
you.
go away.
All
It
right,
will
so
go away. Don't
can I
grouse about she said some shit to you. She said some shit to you. Be stoic about it.
all right, can I speak to you
That's what
about it, though?
they
Can I
tell
speak to you
us
about
black men on YouTube to be stoic.
Can I speak to you about it, though?
I'll leave. I'll let you talk
Really?
to Stanley.
No, stay
don't
there.
you
Stay
dare.
right there.
Don't you dare. God damn it.
Oh.
Shit.
Oh, Simon, now I blame you.
I didn't do shit. This is what I mean. She mad.
Damn it.
Look,
I loves me some Tamika up on this panel, and you
I'll drop. She could come back. I don't have a
no,
problem.
it's not about that. She's welcome to come back. I'm not going to play that game just yet.
I didn't do shit to her. She
So
mad at me
now
for no
that
apparent reason. I didn't do nothing.
now that Tamika's gone, I guess I have to go back to
No,
this
no, she ain't
Born
gone.
History video.
She's there. She's listening. It's just she's just mad.
Hey,
She don't like
I don't make me. All I have to say is that she can come back up whenever she wants. I will clear the decks for her to come back up. Now that I just have you up here, and Untrackable is innocent in this, so I'm not talking about you,
Stanley,
Untrackable.
what did I say before she dropped? I said, "Look,
Dude,
Stanley,
I'm
let
not
me
playing,
speak
I'm
to
not
you
playing
about
that
this."
child. I'm not playing that childish shit. Don't pull me into the middle.
I know you. Look, I look up to you, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Well,
Like,
good.
I look up
So now you will look up to the history video because I was all into speaking to this nice young lady.
All right,
with
I'm
the
gonna
cat
go. Like,
laying
let her
down
come
in
back
her
up to
bed.
your show, bro. No.
I don't think she's
let her
come.
come up.
She
No, she will. She
did-
will. No, yeah, I'm not gonna be here.
probably did not leave.
Shout out, Untouchable.
She probably
like,
didn't
salute.
leave just because of you. She has things to do. So, bottom line is I'm going to blame you for the fun of it, but you don't have that kind of power over Tamika.
I don't think so either.
Oh, see, she has things to do. Of course she's going to tell me.
She's using me as an
power.
excuse.
Oh,
And it's just
Tamika.
like, why'd you do
Tamika,
that?
it'll be a hot shower, won't it? And she's gonna scrub that beautiful skin with her little pink loofah. It's gonna be like a commercial.
Okay. Do your shit. Like, these single women are crazy. I ain't got nothing to do with that. Like, you're single.
Wait, she's gonna put baby lotion on that beautiful glistening skin after a shower with a pink loofah.
I'm struggling to an extent.
At least she's not telling me this in that beautiful sing-song voice from the chat.
Let me tell you something, Stanley.
You interrupted how she could have talked to me about
came up here and she thought you was an old. She thought you was an old man that she could fuck around with. That's what she thought.
You know what? That's what old men are for.
So as soon
You
as
when you get older, you will understand the phenomenon of look.
Yeah, I know. That's why I look up to you.
She is a very young, beautiful woman. And look, us randy old men, I know I ain't getting none of that. But it's fun to flirt. It is fun to flirt with a beautiful young woman. And I'm not like really old. I still have a couple looks. I still got my hair. But it's fun to flirt.
Exactly.
So don't take it so seriously.
I don't. I look up to you. That's what I said. I don't look up to her. Like,
then if you look up,
I'll go away if she want to come back up. Like,
oh no, it's not working like that. She has to, take care of herself. I'm just wishing that, and Vaseline makes a body lotion. Con, if you didn't know that, she doesn't mean like petroleum jelly. They make more than petroleum jelly.
I know where you come from, but I don't think people really appreciate shit. Like, at the end of the day, like, I would have wished for you like 6 years ago. So, I really appreciate you.
Not 6 years old.
I don't know, like, I don't wish anything bad upon anybody. So, like,
well, that is healthy, but the bottom line is, look, it's not all about that up on this panel. Sometimes we just flirt. Sometimes we just have some good old fashioned fun. Tamika knows that I'm not going to go overboard with it. And to a certain extent, that's what being an old man is. I'm not going to get all nasty about it. I've seen her on camera. The woman is just ridiculously gorgeous. Thank
Yeah.
God.
I
Thank
would
God
add,
I don't live within 100-mile radius of her because I'd shoot myself. No, she is that good looking. And then when you hear her talk about her life and stuff, she's compelling. You want a woman like that who can be articulate about what she's been through. Dude, that's the kind of woman I would love to know. I knew a woman like that. I was married to her. And all I have to say is, her children's father, he's losing out. And I hope some man who's worth a shit gets to know her because she is obviously worth getting to know.
You're right. You're right.
See, it doesn't have to be all
And she
creepy.
packs
It,
her
it
gun.
does not have to be all nasty and ghetto and
Of
shit.
course. No,
Dude,
so
appreciate this
I
young
really
lady.
didn't. I really didn't want to do that. Like I didn't do. I'm saying like I'm sorry.
No one is saying you did. I'm not.
I didn't want to make her run like that. You know what I mean? Like
I don't think you made her run. I think you made it convenient because she had to go anyway.
I appreciate
She
it.
had something to do, and the bonus
So
was
she used me. So she used me.
Yes,
Like
absolutely, and I think expertly. She used you like an expert.
okay, cool. I don't mind that. That's fine. Because I ain't really come up to her.
Next time, make it harder for her to leave. She might have said, "Hey, I can push back my shower 15 minutes to talk to that Simon dude." But he's just so bitter and talking shit. I got something to do anyway.
Yeah. I mean, I
someone's got
like,
a girlfriend.
how you doing, nonsense, bro? How you doing?
I'm sorry. What would you say, Untrackable?
I said, but Simon's got a girlfriend.
Yeah.
yeah.
But that doesn't, dude. That doesn't mean he can't be nice to a nice young lady on another panel. His girlfriend's not on this panel.
I mean, I'm. Does that negate me from being able to flirt?
Okay, I'm thoroughly lost. Where do you come into this? Wait, help me out. I missed something.
I mean, I've been trying to flirt with you for over an hour, and then
Whoa, flirt with whom?
He said he tried to flirt with you.
Yeah.
Wait, hold it. No, I
Flirting with Stanley?
I thought he
Trying to
meant,
be.
Are you gay?
Hey man, hey, watch the language around here.
Are you gay?
I'm just trying to be. I'm
hold
just
it.
trying to be nice to my man. You know what I'm saying?
I think he's just making a joke.
No, Untouchable don't fuck around like that. He's being deadly serious.
No, we were in the military. Sometimes you make jokes like that. You know, a lot of people haven't been in the military like that. They don't know how to take it. They take it seriously.
I was in the military. You were in the Navy.
Technically, well, hold on. Technically, he's right. The Navy's not the military. The Navy's the Navy.
Yeah, totally.
But they all love that DOD. You know what I'm saying?
Whatever that means. Used to mean Department of Defense, but now it's Department of War.
No, the ladies that I worked with, they said it's dick on demand.
Yeah, okay.
Hey, that's what they say. That's what they say.
I wish I knew them. I wish they were my next door neighbor.
Well,
how you been on Trackable?
I've been doing very well. I hope you have been as well.
Yeah.
And 12th Man and Stanley. I love you guys.
Yeah,
It's
I mean,
it's good to see everybody.
We love you.
I got you, brother.
you've
We
been one of
love
the
you
brothers I
platonically.
appreciate, for real. So, nah, for real. Like, that's my brother over there.
If you're not having fun, what are you doing?
Exactly.
You are up on Stanley's panel.
Stanley always want to make it about him. He's just an egotist.
Oh, well, hey, it is my panel.
Of course, and you're entitled to that. But, you know.
Just imagine Simon going up on Wendy Williams' show, talking his bullshit.
Oh. I love Stanley though. That's why I don't fuck with that dude that you used to fuck around with. What's his name?
Who?
Hey, Stanley, I was wondering if you would show some of that where you was roasting Nightish last night.
No. Well,
Or
no, it was
whatever.
today. It wasn't
I
last
like Nightish. I like Nightish. I was with Nightish today. I like Nightish.
I'm not sure that it's worth watching. It really wasn't that good. It was, dude, I'd had like a couple Coors Lights, and it was really more about Ruthless.
Mm-hmm.
No, Nightish fell asleep apparently.
Yeah, he always
Oh, he did?
He always does.
Yeah, it was actually kind of funny.
He always. That's the funny thing about Nightish. He always fucking fall asleep. It's so fucking hilarious.
Well, the one thing I have to say about him though, they are loyal to him. It's part of his shtick, and I will make fun of him, but you can't deny that he's got some loyal people.
Yeah, but
I've been in there. I've been in there where he was the only one up on the panel. He'd fall asleep, and people are just making jokes in the chat amongst themselves.
Yeah, but he turned around. He was like, he said, like, you two have an actual problem. I was like, what the fuck are you talking about?
No, well, he has a problem with me. He's not important enough. I mean, I'm kind of weird.
I can't really see you having a problem with someone.
I keep telling people I say what I have to say. I don't hold grudges. Like a beef. Who on YouTube? I don't know anyone in my life that it's important enough for me to actually have a beef. Dude,
I couldn't say it. Like I was like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like,
yeah,
Stanley don't act like that.
Nightish doesn't really understand what it means to. Yeah, he irritates me. He's got some things that I wouldn't do, but I say what the fuck I have to say and be done with it. I'm never going to hold a beef. Now, he did go too far with this Stan She shit, and I unsubscribed and just didn't go back. He wanted to challenge me. Like, oh, well, son, I've had enough of your behavior. And my point today about I have contributed. I bought Nightish's songs. I bought some of his you know what? I take that back. I bought his graphics. I paid money for it in good faith. I've made like people queens. I bought people wrenches. I've sent him cash apps. And he seems to think that I owe him money if I'm in his chat, and it doesn't work like that. For starters, I don't.
Did you two become like good friends?
Hold on. Let me finish my point. Nightish doesn't understand that I don't owe him shit. He's not that entertaining, for starters. He's not a professional like comedian. It's not his show. I'm not gonna act like it's Netflix or some shit. And then the other thing he doesn't seem to understand is that he has a beef with me. I don't have beef with fucking YouTube content creators. Y'all don't
I've
control my
never
life.
having beef with anybody.
Well, I mean, it's possible. I'll never say never, but Nightdish isn't that important enough for me to harbor any sort of ill will towards. He has a problem with me. I don't have a problem with him because I understand it.
Okay. I don't know. You know, I ain't. I was over there like earlier on, just talking and shit.
Well, I actually enjoyed your conversation with Nightdish.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
No, to me, it was it was entertaining. I mean, you know how to bring out the best and the worst in a host. And you were bringing out some interesting dimensions to Nightdish. As a matter of fact, I think the best compliment you gave him is, oh, you didn't know he could make music like that?
Exactly.
But he didn't take, but see, Nightdish doesn't know how to take a compliment.
Of course he don't. That was baffling to me, Stanley. For real.
Look, I'm gonna put it down, and I kind of put it to that ghetto. He wasn't raised to understand how to be graceful. Look, some people are.
I know you was watching, but I was just being real with him. You know what I'm saying? It's like
you were.
I was just like, what? Like, wait a minute. Like,
let me tell you something. Honestly, you were kind of like me on that panel. I understand Nightdish, but at a distance. Dude, I'm sorry. If you think everybody was raised with your values, with your mores, with your home training, no, that's part of the problem with a lot of these Black male content creators. They think every Black person was raised in their circumstances. And then when you remind them or try and educate them that most Black people weren't raised like you, they get all bitter and then they have a beef. And that's been Nightdish's problem. I didn't even have to call Nightdish dumb. He just got it. Dude, of course. I intimated it. I was passive aggressive about it because I wasn't going to use the word. And he finally got my intent, but he used the words. Dude, I win.
You're totally right about that.
There's something to be said.
That's a Nightdish problem. It's not a Stanley problem.
No, there's something to be said there. Is where you got your education or the family that you come from,
by the grace of God,
your upbringing. There's a difference
Right.
between
But here's the deal.
professionalism of putting the mission first versus whoever the fuck you.
There's no mission here, though. The only thing I have to say about it is I'm totally lucky. Okay, this isn't like I'm ordained or I was predestined. Dude, it's totally a matter of luck. We both come from Black American and American history. I'm luckier than he was. I understand that. He doesn't owe me allegiance or owe me admiration or any of that shit. But in the end, it comes down to there's some things that Nightdish is willing to say to women, say on a panel, that I'm just not. It would not be me.
So
And harboring a beef with someone like Nightdish would betray my heritage.
Are you two really going out like that, bro?
He is.
No, but it sounded like you are as well.
Oh, no. You know what? If I get the opportunity, sure. But to me, it's just a bit.
You out your damn fucking mind.
You know what? Let me tell you why I went as far as I
Damn,
did.
like what? You serious?
It's literally like a comedy bit, dude.
Of course, I
And,
get it from a perspective, but it's just
and
like,
then he
why
fell
you did
asleep. Well, wait, hold it. Well, he fell asleep. He fell asleep. So it's like, hey, you know what? The mice will play when the
it?
cat's away. That motherfucker fell asleep, so I just fucking
He
went on.
always does that though. Anyway, I mean, you know you got that on
But
it.
he doesn't
It's like,
often. But he doesn't often do it when I'm up on the chat with Ruthless, and I can just say what the fuck I want to say, dude. That doesn't happen often, so I took advantage.
fair enough. Like,
And if you want to say that I took it too far or I took advantage, 100% right in that assessment. I did some shit I would have never done had he been awake and conscious.
I don't even need to think about it. Like, I think like if you went up against Knight, like Knight would have calmed down. Like,
No, Nightish.
I think you'll fuck him up in 2
Nightish
seconds.
is
Like,
good at what he does. Nightish is good at what he
it
does.
ain't that good.
It's a 50-50 shot if I go up against Nightish when he's actually awake, well fed, and sober. He can stand up against me.
You know,
It's
you
two different. It's
know
two
what you're gonna
different
do,
versions.
Stanley. You know.
Well, the thing, one of the things that's really interesting about cultural arguments, a lot of it does depend on the audience.
I just know. Look, I've been around here for a little while. Okay, I just know.
Well, I have to defer to your experience.
There is
I
no
keep
way.
forgetting you're way more experienced than me.
There is no way. Right. No, like serious shit. There is no way. I like Nightish, but I'm just saying, like, I told him already, don't fuck with Stanley. I told him.
Yeah, I heard you say that.
Like,
'Cause, dude, that's the other part he doesn't understand. I'm like,
I told him
Navy.
Stan's crazy.
Dude, I will just keep pressing and pressing and pressing until I gain an advantage, and then I'm going to take advantage.
It's fair game. It's fair game.
He does not understand how a navy or a military mind works. It's gonna be like a siege up in here. I'm just gonna fucking.
It's fair game. I'm not even trying to, like, take sides or whatever. I just know. You know what I'm saying? I've been around Nightish for a while. I've been around you for a while. And like I just know, like, there is no way. Like it's like wrestling or something. Do you know what I'm saying? It's like you got contestants like up against each other or something. It's like, wait a second, no. You wanna calm down. If anything, I told Nice to just turn that shit down. Like, don't even fucking talk to you. You know what I'm saying? Because it's just like
You know what? That is good advice.
Yeah, it's just stupid. Like, really. Look, like, okay, you two could go back and forth, right? But it's just like, I just know if he ever fucking opposes you, it'll be like, I know Stanley will be like, wait a second.
Well, all I have to say is you're kind of right, because I'm going to take.
I'm totally damn right, and that's from an outsider's perspective.
I'm going to take what you say. I'm going to take your own words and use them against you. I love doing that.
Look, Stanley, let me tell you something. I wouldn't fuck with you.
I have weaknesses.
I don't give a fuck what kind of weaknesses you got. I wouldn't fuck with you. You crazy as a motherfucker.
Well, I wouldn't call it crazy. I call it cunning.
You can call it what the fuck you want, but at the same time, I ain't playing with you, bro. Nope. Look, I ain't even trying to take a chance. Nope. Mm-mm. And I advise Niash, look, if you're listening to this shit, just pay attention, please. Like, you don't want to do this. You know what I'm saying? It is a problem. You know what I mean? You don't want to do that. You don't. Stanley will mess you up.
Well, it'll take you a day or two to even figure out what happened to you. That's the other thing I love when I say something and about 2 minutes later people get what I just said. Oh, that is always hilarious. Like, what do you say?
You see that shit? Yeah.
Oh, I love it when that happens.
Exactly that. You know what I'm
But
saying?
let me tell you something you know where I learned all these verbal skills from, don't you? You got to know. Dude, I have watched British comedies since I was like 8. Dude, that verbal acuity, that understated, that dry humor, dude, that is it's literally.
You know, what people don't really understand is
Tamika.
what people don't really understand is you know, programming and something. You know?
Right. Yep.
They don't really get that. They just see TV or like they're on the internet or they're on their phone or whatever. They don't see it as programming. You're being programmed, bro.
Wait, you know what? Dude, you caught that?
Mm-hmm. No, I worked. I worked in industry for years. Like, I worked in an industry, so it's like I program people. You see this chick that just popped on your channel? I was over at somewhere else. Now she's chasing me. So I don't even want to argue with her. So when she open her mouth, make sure she understands what she's talking about, okay? Because I don't want to argue with her.
Okay, fine. Let me address one point though. Tina, I don't love calling you a bitch. If I think you're being a bitch, I'll call you a bitch, but I don't love it. So come on back up to this panel, young lady. Hey, Tamika.
Hi.
Hey, baby.
What?
Oh, Jesus.
You know what? I was not
I like her. I actually like her.
Oh, good. Then like her and stop treating her like you're in second grade, dipping her pigtails in.
I will, because I'm in second grade.
Treat her like
I'm in
a
second
young
grade
lady,
right
an
now.
adult young lady with responsibilities.
No, I'm in second
Treat her
grade
as
right
an
now.
equal, Simon.
No.
Man. So I broke up with my boyfriend this morning. I just got so irritated with him. And now I'm getting
does he have kids?
Yep, he
Well,
has 5 of them.
Well, that's all fine and good.
Oh, wow.
I hope you find your way, but just know that Simon is my baby. So stay away from him.
All right, yeah, for that.
Okay, I don't even
Thank
know.
you for having me. Thank you for having my back like that. I appreciate you, sir.
That was totally unsolicited, folks.
I fucked his mother, and now we have Simon.
Wait, hold on.
No, you don't need to hold on. That's fine. That's fine. Untouchable. Fuck my mother. That's what he did.
Hold on. Let me.
He whacked her ass.
Let me mute some people now. It's not going to devolve to that. Do better, untrackable, or self-deport. I'm not even. This is Sunday evening, Sunday night. We're not going there. So this is your warning.
It was cute though. Thank you, Untrackable. That was so cute.
It was so. That was cute.
I thought it was a smooth joke. My bad for being.
I'm just hearing things about people's mothers. I'm sorry, I was caught off.
Yeah. Don't worry about it. We're cool. Like, did I complain about it?
Hey,
No. The host complained about it. The host is saying we don't want it to. The host is talking untrackable. The host is talking untrackable.
Stanley.
Oh, nope. I don't need to learn it on my panel tonight.
Yes, you do.
We can save that lesson for tomorrow.
What's up, baby? How you doing, girl?
So
The only person that can call me baby on this panel is Stanley. Nobody else ever.
Yeah, well, why are you doing that though?
I've never called her baby that I can recall.
I
With
I'm
her up on this panel.
she you know, like she's gone through
That's a term of endearment you haven't earned.
I know, but I'm saying you're the only one who I wouldn't get mad about. Simon, I'm not your baby.
Yeah. No, you know what? I'm so proud that you wouldn't. That's what I'm saying. He hasn't earned it.
Nope.
No, I know I ain't earned it yet, but I know that you know, like we had a conversation earlier, and I need to apologize to her because she's a bit upset.
Okay,
about
well, I can't. You please do it gentlemanly because you are a gentleman.
All right, H. I apologize. I'm sorry. Like,
And let me just say this: NPC, I'll drop this link to you. They're worth listening to.
I apologize. See, I didn't mean to speak to you like that. Okay.
Yesterday or today?
Yesterday.
Yesterday when we was on Nightish panel together.
Yeah, I apologize. Okay. I apologize. Okay.
So can I ask a question though?
Of course.
Why does Negro Peeing make you mad? Because it made you mad yesterday.
I didn't really know you like that.
But why would Negro Peeing make you mad though? That's what I'm asking.
You're a pretty girl, right? I just looked to you in a certain type of way, and I was wrong for that.
Well, hold on. So a pretty girl can't make a joke?
No, I was dealing with my girl. I was dealing with my girl. Okay, I had other shit going on.
I mean,
Right?
you shut a pretty man down for making the joke.
Of course, you know. Of course, but it's different dealing with a pretty man, right?
Whether I wanted to or not.
I'm sorry, because after your apology, I probably may have provoked it by calling you a Negro Peeing. So I'm sorry about that too.
No, I don't mind. Okay, I kind of find you attractive, and I think what happened was, with all due respect, I don't know if you're married, if you got a boyfriend or whatever. I think with all due respect, we was attracted to each other. That's what the fuck happened. You know.
I think you're a whore.
I was mad about the MLK stuff that you said that one time. So that's the only time I was actually really mad. But other than that, I'm
That's what I'm
fine.
saying. I apologize, though. Like, come on.
Okay, I'll stop saying.
But are you actually single? Or?
Yeah, I told y'all. I broke up with him like at 4 o'clock this morning. We had a fight. He had to get out of my house, so it's over.
All right,
cool. I mean, did he have to get like a storage unit?
He doesn't believe in me. He does. Oh no, I don't believe in shacking up.
I'm just wondering because, like, you know, being together is a thing, and there's stuff involved, and it's like, you know.
Yeah, I wanted a serious relationship with him. I'm not getting that, so that's why it's over. And
Just saying, does
he
he have a Ford Ranger or something?
He has a Ford, but I mean, what does he need a Ford for, though? Besides taking it back and forth to wherever he needs to be.
Are you okay? Are you okay?
Just saying,
Yeah,
if I
actually healed from him when I broke up with him 2 months ago. I just gave him another chance because I wanted to see what he was gonna do, which is nothing. So that's why he's out of here.
Right. Yo, Stanley.
That's kind of interesting. Is there a possibility that y'all will make up, or was it fine?
No, he's a time waster. 8 months,
Yeah,
he wasted my time. He's wasting my time.
she's pretty determined on that shit. She's like,
Yeah, that's too much time I gave him when I thought he was a time waster from the beginning. So he's exactly who I thought he was.
Well, let me ask you a question. Since it's devolving, and please, ma'am, because I'm going to ask hard questions as you probably expect me to do. But what were you thinking with a guy who has 5 kids? And are all 5 kids from a single marriage, or are there 5 different baby mamas?
The marriage he had, he didn't have any kids from the marriage, and he had all 5 kids already. So
Hold on.
3
There's a
different
reason I
women.
ask about 5 different.
3 different women.
Good. So, did you expect him to be serious when he's got 3 other women that he's got to manage, their feelings and their needs and all?
Well, he only has 2 that's underage, and one's 11 and one is 13, and they're the same age as my kids, so that's not a problem for me.
Gotcha.
This same type of argument comes up.
But
It's like, would a man date a woman with a child?
No, that's not the same type of question.
It's the same. If
Okay,
you guys
no, it's literally not the same. Let me tell you, just on the surface of that very bad beginning to a very bad argument that you were about to make, you said child versus children. Between the 2 of these people, there's 7 children. Please understand your own argument before you present it.
I'm just saying you got
There
shit to
are
deal with.
7 children. There are
It's
7
written,
children,
happy
4 women, and 1 man.
that this is not
okay,
not
son.
written
I'm
story.
talking. I'm literally talking.
I got you, brother.
Telling you to understand your own argument. Children, not child.
all right, T, you hear me?
Mm-hmm. I can hear you.
How did you meet this man?
Huh?
How did you meet this man? How do you meet him?
Oh, because I went on a dating site.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Was there anything else?
No, I've never been on a date, so I don't know what that looks like.
Well, okay, so you want to know how I met him. Okay, so I went on a dating site because I wanted to date somebody locally. I do meet guys in person. I just wanted to pick the guy that I thought I wanted. So I was looking for a mechanic or a carpenter mostly because I've always been hearing you guys online complaining how a woman that's successful, that has her own stuff, she don't need you, all this stuff. I need a mechanic and I need a carpenter. I always need it. So that's why I went there
Wait,
looking
for your own needs?
Wait, Stanley.
I want him to be my
Okay,
man.
no, don't tell me to wait.
Stanley,
Okay,
come on.
Simon, don't pretend like you can tell me to wait on my own panel. Stop that.
I
My
really want to hear this.
question,
I really do.
when you said you need a mechanic, did you need
Yeah,
him as
like
employee?
to date. Yeah.
Okay. Back in the day, we used to have yellow pages.
Shut up. I wanted to date one.
I got a hole in my roof. I need to go on a dating site and meet a carpenter.
I didn't need him like instantly, but
I'm sorry.
You are evil, Stanley.
Okay,
stop.
Wait, hold it. I'm sorry. That's what I heard, and I had to ask the question.
But I wanted to date him. I want him to be my man. I just want him to have that skill. So he won't ever be able to say that I don't need him. Because I do.
To fix the hole in your roof.
or any everything that I need fixed, or him
Oh
to
my
show
Lord,
me.
really?
Yeah.
Are you going to give it up?
Oh wait, hold it. That's not the kind of question you ask.
Thank you.
No,
No, that's a good question. That is a
exactly
real
what
fucking good
you asked.
question.
Because
Okay,
if you want
you know
your
what?
roof,
I'm just gonna mute.
this is
Tamika,
gonna
if you need me to step in, because I seem to be stepping in too much. I'll
I'm
mute.
just saying.
Yeah, just call me if you need me. But
No, stay there, Stan. Please stay there, Stan.
no,
Please.
I'm just muting. I'm listening. I'm just like I keep hopping in when I'm not needed, and
No. Look,
I'm being a bit obstreperous. I've been.
Yo, T. Are you been, bro? Do you understand why we don't understand what you're talking about? Like in terms of like you just want to be with a man because he can fix something.
No, I didn't say I wanted to be with a man just because he fixed something. I just explained, if you were listening, that I based it off of what I've heard guys doing online. So I went looking for one. Huh?
I want to talk to you about that after, this is all over on the panel, of course, because it's interesting that you were following advice that you heard on YouTube.
It
I
wasn't
want to talk to you
advice,
about
it was just a thought process.
Well, no. As long as it was a thought process, and I could follow that thought process, but I have questions about the thought process. But at least you thought about it.
Yeah. And I
Hey,
wanted to,
if you thought about it, there's no fault.
Oh. Well, since there were so many guys that was inboxing me, I had to, weed them out. So, like, that was one of the things. I wanted them to be closer to my age, like within a year or two, but not more than 2. And then I just kind of just wanted to just meet them all. So I said I was going to meet 20 guys, and I got to 14.
What?
I didn't have sex with them. I didn't have sex with them.
What the fuck did you just say? 20?
I didn't have sex with them. I only got with one.
No one said about nonsense. No one said nothing about sex, girl.
But you implied it.
Yeah, with the giggling and shit.
That's why you were giggling like a kindergartner.
I know.
Ooh, you touched their pee-pees. That's what it sounded like.
And you think men don't, giggle the same way?
She said 20 guys. What? And she wiggled.
Okay, listen to what I just said. He was giggling like a kindergartner. You touched his pee-pee. That's what it sounded like.
I need a drink, man. God damn, what the fuck is going on over here?
You went on a dating site and you made a goal about meeting 14 people. You touched his pee-pee. That's what you were giggling like, Simon.
No,
wait a sec. What way is this? Well, I don't understand. Wait, hold up.
Simon touched the pee-pee and then he giggled.
No, I don't think he did. Instead,
I'm trying.
Anyway, I don't see a problem with your goal. People meet 14 people in college.
That's some bullshit. We're not teenagers, bro.
Okay. I think dating sites are useful. As long as you're thinking about it,
I don't think
had a plan. I honestly don't see a problem with what she did, and I'm certainly not giggling like a kindergartner while she's talking.
Stanley, are you lying or being a bullshitter?
No, I'm dead, dude. I never lie.
So you're trying to tell me
I lie, Simon? Why would I lie?
Well, let me ask you this question. Are
She's
you
the
actually
one
good?
talking.
All right.
Can you hold the question?
Sir, don't do this. Like, seriously.
Okay.
You are not going on a dating site. Like, period.
I have done it in the very distant
No,
past.
you are not right now. You're about 60 years old. You are not going on a dating site, okay?
Well,
and even if you did, no one is going to be interested in you.
Once again, Simon, you are basically acting like all things are equal. I don't go on a dating site
Hey,
because I'm
you
not
see this
ready.
shit?
Okay. I don't understand why you can't let me finish. I don't go on a dating site because I'm not ready to date.
Okay. Look,
She obviously was ready to date.
we're not talking about
I,
her. We're talking about
dude,
you.
stop bringing me this YouTube bullshit.
Bro, like, no.
I don't lie because I don't have to. You asked me the question and I answered it.
Right. Let's be real about this shit, okay?
Bitch, I
Never,
was just
come
real
on,
with
come on.
you and you can't seem to handle the
Stanley, don't be
reality.
mad at me, okay? I'm not doing
I'm
this on
not
purpose.
mad. I'm
You are,
wondering
you're
why
acting
we're
mad.
still talking about it.
You're acting
Tamika
mad.
was talking. Let her talk.
Yeah, she can talk. She can turn the mic on if she
Thank
wants.
you for your permission on my panel.
I'm not trying to be rude, bro.
Tamika, please continue. Because I'm kind of fascinated, actually.
You see? So until Tamika continues. All right, there you go. All right, go.
Okay. So what was the next question? I'm sorry.
Well, no, there is no next question. So you planned it out, and what's wrong with that? You had a plan to
Remember,
meet
I told you
25.
one of the times
And
that
let me preface this. I don't see a problem with that plan. I honestly don't. You're controlling how you meet them, when you meet them, who you decide to, go farther with. That's a plan.
right. I don't
And
know why I just brought
you're
that up,
controlling it.
but he keeps on like when we fight or whatever, he keeps sending all these random friend requests. Like every nigga, I don't know these people.
Wait, hold it. Who's Simon?
No, the guy that I was in messing around with,
Okay, hold on
he's
one second. How long did
weird
you said 8 months, right?
Yeah, it's almost 9, but it's really just 8.
Interesting. Friend requests to what? The same.
To be my friend on Facebook. I don't know why does he always do this. I don't know these men. Like, I mean, it be all kind of men on my stuff, and I know
Well,
it's because of him.
is he trying to call you and you're not answering? That's why it's hitting
He
this.
is blocked. He can't call my phone. He can't
Oh,
call me. Text
wait,
me,
hold on.
nothing.
When did you block him?
I blocked him this morning when I kicked him out.
Okay, well, Tamika.
What?
Look, from a man perspective, because I've been in that situation where you know what, she all of a sudden, it was good. I thought it was good, and all of a sudden, she's like, "You've done enough. Get the fuck out." He's just trying to talk to you.
There's
That's
nothing to talk about.
that's
We
why.
can fix this
But
out.
ma'am, I'm explaining his behavior. I'm not taking his side, but he's frenetic. Let me tell you something else. And please forgive me being kind of blunt and maybe even graphic. He was getting it, and he doesn't. He. This is what a boy or a man boy, dude. He's cut off. He's being frenetic. I'm telling you because I've had that experience personally. I've been in his situation.
I'm so glad that
So
made me
that's
stand.
I'm explaining why he's just trying to get a hold of you one way or another. He doesn't think you're serious for starters. Or he's trying to change your mind. All I'm doing is explaining his behavior, so please continue.
And I can add something to that, and you might not like what I'm about to say.
No, go ahead. If you got something to add, please do. Constructive, I hope.
No, yeah, of course. I'm not trying to be rude at all. Um, I- yo, yo, Tim, you are a beautiful woman. Okay, like you gotta actually realize that shit. So don't allow someone to just come into your life and like, take advantage of you. And
Yes.
if you have an issue, just take some time to think about it. Just take some time to think about it.
No, I'm very content with the way that I handled it. So I'm not
Mm-hmm.
gonna change my mind. I really did like him. I really do care about him. I'm probably always gonna care about him, just like I care about everybody else. But it doesn't mean that they need to have access to me or access in my home. So that's why he got put up out of here. And no, he doesn't need to call me. There's nothing to talk about because he should have made a
Yeah,
decision already.
let me tell you something about yourself. Okay, I've seen you. You're very fucking articulate.
Well, let me preempt
Wait,
your
wait, hold
question.
up, Stanley.
No,
God damn.
no, sorry, it does not work that
All right,
way.
it's
I'm
your
speaking.
platform. Go ahead,
I'm
sir.
speaking. Did he know this decision was coming? Did he know that hey, he needed to put up or shut up?
Yes, he knew it 2 months
Okay.
ago, so
Well,
we
then
just put up the
that's
days
all I
earlier.
need. That's all I need. You answered my question, and now I know. If he didn't meet expectations with 2 months of lead time, I'm I have
Ain't
no
ain't that
critique.
ain't that beautiful? Ain't that beautiful? You know what, TM? You did the right thing, and you may have just got the fuck out of a situation that could have like been really messed up.
Hmm.
Or
Okay.
is this Tina?
Yeah, it's Tina. Let me make one thing. Hey, Tina, just give me one sec. Look, Tamika, I had a girl, let's call her a woman. And I told this story a few nights ago. I was like back 23 or so, girl I dated with in high school, and she gave me an ultimatum. And you know what? I chose otherwise. And
Mhm.
here I am years later going, I don't think I made a mistake, but I wonder what if. I think I made the right decision, but she was a strong woman and she wanted what she wanted. I'd known her, dated her in high school. I'd known her for quite some time, and
Hmm.
she
Can I
made
can
an
I ask you a
ultimatum.
question about that?
And you know what? She won, I lost, and we're probably better off for it. There's
Can
nothing
I
wrong with
can I
being a strong woman.
can I ask you a
Mhm.
question about
No,
that?
Simon, shut up.
Hi, Tina again.
Hi.
Tina, what's wrong with you, sweetheart?
She's being a strong woman.
Yeah,
I love,
strong
I love a
lady.
bit of Tina. I love a bit of Tina. She's crazy as hell,
Oh,
though.
you were talking about Tina. Hey, Tina, how you doing?
Hi, how y'all doing? How y'all doing?
Pretty
Hey,
good.
baby. Woo.
Glad to have you aboard.
Aren't you
Stanley,
Stanley? Wait, Simon, shut the fuck up for 1 second.
God damn,
Stanley.
it's gonna get me fucking crazy.
Yes, ma'am.
The other day you were cussing me. I was like, oh, you think you're cute and you got cleavage. First of all, that was so
I think I was
disrespectful.
oh no,
And
don't
then you
hold
said,
on.
oh, I still got a crush on you. No, you
You're
can't
coming in
insult me,
hot,
then
and I'm
try to
going
sweep me up.
okay. I'm gonna have to cool you off. Never
No,
coming in
leave
hot
her
on the
alone.
show.
Don't do anything. I love
I'm
Tina.
gonna you want to be all saucy too. You are not describing it the way I remember it, is all I have to
Stanley,
say.
Stanley.
Stanley, calm down.
All I
You
said
don't
is
think I'm
black people
calm?
don't stick together. That's it. And you got on my ass. Oh my
Black people
days.
don't need black people.
Tina is the
You were
babe.
okay. Simon, let me talk to Tina, please.
All right, go ahead, sir.
Tina, I don't think black people need to stick together.
Okay, I'm not gonna debate it, but then you got on my ass, and I was like, "Damn, I'm sorry, I'm a tether. I'm just a tether. I'm just a
Okay,
tether. I'll admit it.
have I ever called you a tether?
You call me a bitch.
Well, were you
No.
being a bitch? Do you actually think I'm going to back away from what I think you were or being?
Oh,
Did you honestly think you will come up here and hold me to account for speaking my
period.
mind?
Okay,
Okay, ma'am, don't be a bitch and I won't call you a bitch.
okay, then you don't be a bitch, bitch.
Yeah, you can do all that, but I'm going to stick by my argument or my assessment at the time.
I love
Coming in hot is not going to change. I tend to not just speak to speak. I thought you were being a bitch, and that was my assessment.
And honestly, and I respect your assessment because
Were
Dr.
you then?
Stanley, I know you have
I'm not a doctor. I'm an
okay, I
old
know you have a
man.
clipboard and a
I've
checklist.
seen your
Oh,
type
you're
before.
making this complicated.
My
You know,
type? What is my
calm
type?
down.
That was a loaded statement, I'll admit.
Oh
I
my gosh,
wanted to
Stanley,
see
whatever. Okay.
I wanted to see if you were paying attention.
Yeah, and then you're gonna be like, oh, and I still got a crush on Tina trying to butter me up. You can't insult me, then sweeten me up after. I'm not a Popeye's biscuit.
Tina. I'm not some random YN.
Stanley, leave her alone. You're a man. Like, why are you talking to a woman like this?
Simon, stop that. Stop just prattling. Tina, you know what I think about you. I actually respect you, and I've complimented you several times. I like you when you're being Tina, not internet Tina.
No, oh my God. Okay.
Have I
That's
not
bad. Wait, hold up.
have I
Stanley, why
not
you dropping me
complimented
that,
you?
bro?
Have I not complimented you when you're in your natural state?
Yes, and then you said you recognize a little
Okay,
bit of my
yeah.
double
Wait,
chin.
hold it. Let's concentrate on the compliments. I think when you are being Tina, the actual person, being real, you're adorable. So sorry when you're just trying to be Tina, the internet personality. I'm not that.
All right, so can I stick up for Tina for 2 seconds?
No. Why would I let you do that, Simon? I don't need you to stick up for her. Tina can stick up. Tina can stick up for Tina. Tina can stick up for Tina. She
Oh wait,
doesn't.
hold on. I just realized that I can't hear. Hold on.
Well, you were
What's up,
speaking
Imperial?
of Tina's type. I thought I'd come up.
Oh,
Yeah,
fucking
and
Christ. I knew Imperial's
let me
gonna show
just
its ass up
preface
here.
it before
Hold
you
on.
get to whirling and twirling your baton. All of a sudden, Tina's left. So go ahead. She's not here to defend
Well, that
herself.
wasn't what I was going to twirl for Tina. That's not what she likes when I twirl. But you know,
Tina wants to act like
I'm just
Tina
dude. I'm the kind.
CM's channel.
I know. Well, Tina comes and starts see the thing is Tina's the kind of girl who starts drama because she wants a guy to kind of discipline her and put her in line.
Wait.
That's why she comes here to call. She wants you, Stanley, as an older man, to kind of.
Who are you, bro?
He's imperious.
I'm your
what?
Yeah, you know who I am. I'm the guy who abused you on the other guy's channel, on Izzy's channel or something.
No, I don't know you.
Yeah, I don't know you.
No,
You sound like just another Samoan.
Everyone knows
Tina.
Imperious.
No, I don't know Imperious.
Yeah, I know.
Wait.
Yeah, you do. I abused you the other day.
I can't hear him. I'm gonna join on my app one.
Tina,
Wait,
Tina, are you showing the girls tonight or no?
Imperious, don't
Oh,
fucking
no.
start with me tonight, okay?
Well, here's the
Well,
deal.
you love showing them. I'm just asking.
We
Hold
all
on, one
know
second.
that Tina has the girls. She's just really adorable and really kind of more gorgeous when the girls are.
Yeah, but I like the
stable.
anger.
If
See,
she's just
Tina,
when she is acting like an adult woman, she's way more attractive.
yeah, but Tina's allure
like
to me
you.
is the thing. She wants me to discipline her and spank. You know what I mean? I like the little when she's sassy, so that I can abuse. You know what I mean?
Hey, but that's a different show.
Yeah,
Are you? In
that's more of a closed captioning television show. You know what I mean? A private.
No.
Simon, what's wrong with you, dude? Why are you spurting?
Yeah, I got a problem with you.
Oh God! First you say you don't know me, now you got.
I got a problem with you.
Can we do this on a different show? Your problem?
No, it's fine. No, it's fine. I don't know.
Honestly,
we did this on a Friday free show.
No, wait, hold up. No, I've been.
Simon, I'm an old man up late trying to actually enjoy
Stanley, leave me alone for a second.
No.
Look, Stanley, I'll give you what the
You
fuck.
Don't tell him to
literally
leave you alone in his own show, all
I
right?
don't like this dude. When I'm telling you I don't like him,
No, do it on a different platform. Invite him
all
to
right,
your
I'll
show.
go away. You two, you could do that
No,
shit.
so that means that I won't let you do this on my panel.
Look,
You
come
need to
on,
go
let's
away.
be fair. I'm just
Well, that's
saying, be
fine.
fair.
Be fair about what?
I don't like this motherfucker. Let me talk
So,
to him.
how is that me being unfair? You can have your likes and dislikes. Tell me why I need to care about your likes
Can
and
you
dislikes.
let me talk to him?
You can do that another time. Your likes and dislikes literally are not what we were talking about 5 minutes ago.
Isn't it cute that Imperious came up because
Let me
I'm up?
catch you
That's
another
so
time
cute.
because I'm gonna go at
Look,
this
a lot of
motherfucker.
people.
I'm
Look,
drunk. I wanted to see some
I
titties.
was
Where are they,
telling.
Tina?
Oh
Come
my
on.
God, this
This
dude is
nigga
so.
is getting on my fucking nerves.
Now
I
you're
swear to God.
using
Tina, where's
a
Moon? I
word
haven't seen
I
Moon in a
don't
while.
want used.
Nigga, please.
Simon.
No.
He said the
Now
N-word,
this.
Stanley. He dropped the
Yeah,
N-word.
son. I literally just said your likes and dislikes are not the topic even 5 minutes ago. Now you want to just disrespect me by using a word you and I have talked about not being used? Simon, now you're disrespecting me, and I'm not going to have that. This is your last chance to tame yourself. You have a platform. Invite Imperious to your platform to hash it out. This is not the platform to do it. Now I'm trying to be all calm and shit. Tina, and before any of this goes farther, Tina, I recognize you, at least I pray I recognize you for the wonderful woman that you are. So, yeah, I've called my wife a bitch, but she was acting
I
like one.
recognize Tina for her BBL.
I recognize Tina because she's just one of these wonderful young women
Thank
who,
you. So kind.
when she is being herself, and honestly, I don't know you. I've seen mooncakes more on other panels. I've really gotten to know you, on this panel and CM's panel. You're wonderful, and it's.
Did you ever
Don't
knock?
count yourself
Tina,
short.
didn't you beat up mooncakes when you were younger, or she was younger?
Oh
Didn't
my
you,
God. Anyways,
let's
no.
tell me. No, Stanley would like
What
that
is that?
story. It's funny.
What is that? What does this have to do with
It's not a
tonight's
big
panel?
deal. Honestly, thank you,
Well, it
Stanley,
has
for
to
I'm
do
just
being
with it'll
so
trying to
nice.
entertain you,
tell
Stanley.
Tina, look, as my mother used to say, teeth and tongue will bite, but look, you're a wonderful young lady.
Dude, she throws
And
fists too,
I
Stanley.
love it. I loved it when you were just in some sweater, just talking real shit at your mother's house.
You fight like a Shamiqua.
I thought that was a Tina worth knowing.
Yeah.
Shamiqua Tina is her name.
Okay. Yeah.
Like Tina?
Honestly, thank you,
Okay.
Stanley. That's very kind.
Tina, am
No,
I right
it's
though? Did you beat her
deserved.
up
It's
with your
not me
fists?
being kind. It's me observing and giving you your due.
She's the protected the baby one, huh? She doesn't understand the world like you do, huh, Tina?
What?
No, Tina always tells me that Moon's very gullible and she doesn't understand the world and stuff.
Moon is married. She's married.
Yeah,
Moon
but not
now.
really though.
Okay,
That
the
guy's like a
panel.
robot.
Okay, the panel's not about mooncake.
How
It's
can
not about
you
Moon.
possibly
This is
say
Stanley's panel.
Are you jealous of her?
Imperious, shut the hell up.
Are you married? Did you ever envision she'd get married before you when she was all nerdy as the youngest one?
Anyways, moving on.
What's up, Y High?
It's all right, Tina. Look, I gotta hop off and feed the dog, but I'll be back, Tina.
No.
When we get back, let's discuss what you'll wear tonight. Is that okay?
She has not cammed up because she's probably in her.
She will when
jammies.
Daddy comes back.
And it's late. This is.
See, she
is
laughs.
kind of,
no, but I'm telling you, dude,
well,
Tina's
you
I know
made a
the kind
good-
of girl
you made
Tina
a-
is.
You made something worth. You said something worth laughing at.
Yeah, Tina, dude.
Now go feed the dog. Now, just out of curiosity, is your dog a male or female?
It's a boy.
Okay.
Well, you know what's funny, Stanley? I have Tina's kennel right next to his. So when Tina comes over,
God, what the fuck, Imperious?
All right, I'll be back.
Wow. All righty then. Well, Tina, what, I'm sorry, we got way off track. Simon, hopefully you won't use the N word anymore, but now it's just me, you, and Tina. So, what did you do for the 4th? I don't think they celebrate the 4th in Canada, do they? There's Canada
No, yeah,
Day.
this Canada Day was on July 1st. It was a lot of fun. It was really, really hot.
What'd you do for it? Is it like a July 4th type of
No, I went to my
holiday?
grandparents' house and I realized they're Zionists, like actual Zionists.
Are they Jewish?
Um, I don't know. Honestly, I still like
Wait, hold it.
no,
They're your actual
Stanley, they're my
grandparents.
grandparents. Well, my grandfather's white, and my grandmother's Jamaican and Native, okay?
Mhm.
And they had like certificates from Israel. They went to Israel 10 times. Um,
Oh, really?
yeah, like
Did
hella
did
Zionists.
they ever work on a kibbutz or something?
I'm not asking questions because my grandmother has
You
dementia. And
should. That's shit. Ask him to come up on the panel. I have tons of questions.
my grandmother has dementia and she's dying.
Oh, okay, I got you.
That's okay, but she's
My,
racist. I honestly don't.
how
It
was
doesn't
she?
affect me. Huh?
She's wait. Is she like Jamaican with some African heritage?
Um, eh,
Yeah.
eh, eh.
Okay, I have no idea what that means. That's like a
It's questionable.
it's questionable if she has black heritage from Jamaica. Interesting.
Yeah, but yeah, like very much Zionist to the T. They have a magnet on their fridge saying "I stand with Israel." I was like, damn, this is crazy.
Okay, well, I stand with Israel does not necessarily designate you a
Yeah,
Zionist.
ma'am. I'm going to
Have you
send
ever
you
do
a
you even
video
know
that I
what a
took.
Zionist is?
I 100% do. I'm going to send you a video of their basement. It's like a shrine.
Okay, are they in the basement talking about Zionism?
It's a shrine
To Zionism?
to Israel.
I've been to Israel and I love it. I was in Haifa for a couple weeks. Dude, it's on my bucket list. Haifa is a place I would if someone said, "Hey Stanley, you got a free trip to Haifa," I'd be like, "Can it be a month?" I loved Israel. I actually loved it, but
I
I'm
could
not a
go in depth,
Zionist.
but it's like, what's even the point, you know? Um,
Well, you
but
got to be careful when you call them Zionists, and I know, they're your grandparents, and how's your grandmother doing?
oh,
Did she
terrible, terrible.
recognize you?
Yeah, no, she's
Yeah,
horrible.
but
Like,
my mother actually uh, basically died of Alzheimer's a couple years ago, so I understand.
oh yeah, no, yeah. Were you sad?
Um, you know what? She never forgot my father. Um, even like one of these days, and I've told the story. Look, she died. She had home hospice. It was difficult. I think the interesting thing is I was the last one in the immediate family to know. 'Cause she and I were close. Not like I called her every day or anything, but when we did talk, it would be for hours on the phone. And they were like, well, Stanley's gonna, take it bad. And well, what they were afraid of is Stanley's gonna come home and just take over everything.
And you're like, hell yeah, let's get her going. Kidding.
No, look, I'm also like my last memory of her was we sat for like 3 or 4 hours because my sister, had to take my father to a doctor's appointment. So I sat there and she never lost her sense of humor either. And she was in pain towards the last, it was very traumatic. Um, my father is a hero. He always has been, but how he went through the whole process for like 7 years. He was her now in the end he had to call in home hospice and all that stuff, but he did the bulk of the caretaking for 7 years.
Oh, this is making me kind of sad. Honestly, oh my god.
But take the good parts out of it. My father's a hero. He just confirmed what I already knew. She never forgot him. That's like the love story for ages. They were married 59 years. Um, he she never forgot him. Like literally every 10 minutes, she recognized me, but only because I look a lot like my father, at my age especially. So she's like, "Well, where's your daddy? Where's your daddy?"
This is
And I'm like, "He'll be here soon." Aren't I good company? And we laugh about that. Yeah, you're good enough. She never lost her sense of humor. It's triumph and tragedy. I'll tell you another joke. The priest from my parish that I grew up in came, to give her last rites. And she kind of got real conscious and she looks over at my father and goes, "Well, what is he doing here?" When I heard that story, like he's given last rites, she all of a sudden becomes conscious and going, what is he doing here?
No.
Because it was in her bedroom and the parish priest who she used to just always tease. So the parish priest is in their bedroom giving her last rites, and she's like, "What is he doing here?" Um, he's a place. I found that is typical my mother.
Yeah,
So
my
there's
go
so
ahead.
it was a tragedy, but there's triumph in it. It's kind of how you got to view life. So
Yeah,
I didn't mean
my
to step
grandmother is
on your
terrible.
your your point.
No, no, it's fine. Like my grandmother was horrible. Like actually terrible.
Well, how does
So
your grandfather handle it?
my grandmother?
Grandfather.
Oh yeah, he's horrible too. Um,
Are they
like they're both
horrible with each other?
no, they like love each other. They're just terrible people. It's fine. Um,
Right, but what I'm saying is how if your grandmother is horrible, how does your grandfather handle her horribleness
oh, he
in
literally
her
thought she was
state?
gonna die and like set up a funeral. Sorry, it's not funny. He
Only if you make it funny.
really bad.
Hey, Dave, I'm sorry. Hit the link. I saw you here and I got wrapped up talking to Tina. You're welcome up here, Dave.
No, it's fine. I have to go to bed anyways. I have work in the morning, Stanley. It's great talking to
Right.
you.
Well, you should never be a stranger. I love
I
talking to you.
know that.
So,
I'm always here.
all right. Well,
Okay.
I guess get some sleep.
I'll
I'm
be in
doing a
chat
show
for a bit.
tomorrow.
I'll be in chat for a bit and then I'll knock out.
All right.
All right. I'll talk to you later, Dada.
I wish you would stop calling me that. Call me, you know what? Never mind. See, when you call me Dada, that neutralizes any lust I might have for you. So, Simon, coast is clear. Everybody's going to sleep. Well, I could always go back to this. I actually enjoyed everyone up on this panel tonight. It's an unexpected pleasure. People do come up to the panel, and yeah, it's a little bit of a rough cruise, but it is what it is. No, you know what? I'm telling you right now, what I saw in Tina Bobby was she would be I would have expectations of Tina. And at my age, because see, I never pretend that I'm younger. I'm way older. Tina's not even 30. That would literally um it wouldn't be the right thing to do. It literally. It's not so much strict, Tina. It's kind of disciplined is the word I would use, not strict. And you are going to be like that. You're not even 30. Um so I won't even flirt with you that much. I like flirting with someone like a Tamika because she's closer to my age. You are just no, not a spanking. Come on now. You're a lovely woman. You have so much potential. And if if I were a praying man, um, you deserve a wonderful man, Tina. And I wish I could be that man, but I'm just too old. But I'm rooting for you. So I guess since Simon probably fell asleep, I will go back to my old video. Quite frankly, I really should wrap this up. What's up, Universal? Hey, there's some things I won't do, though I want to. I just shouldn't. That's that discipline stuff that I'm talking about. So let's listen to a little bit more from Gerald Horn. The link is posted if anyone wants to come up. Salute, Universal. Good to see you. There are limits even to my bad behavior.
Those who benefited and their descendants should be celebrating what I've called the creation of the first apartheid state. Because when you invoke the term of apartheid, it forces us to analyze what happened in South Africa in 1948, wherein the ruling class decided that in order to preserve their misrule, they had to uplift the living standards and the life outcomes of a good deal of the European poor. And apartheid, to that degree, was successful. But I'm not sure if that worked as a precedent for the African majority. Otherwise, Nelson Mandela and the African National Congress should not have launched armed struggle. They should have just waited for history to work its magic. And so likewise, to suggest that 1776 created a precedent for the rest of us is really foolish, given the blood, sweat, and tears our ancestors had to expend in order to beat back slavery and then to a degree beat back Jim Crow. And so in other words, I think that the liberal analysis of 1776, which will be on full display on July 4th, 2026, is demobilizing because it leads to inadequate and incorrect analyses of the present, which obviously are misleading and misguiding given the rise of Trumpism, which raises another point, which is that one of the reasons we study history and so that we can have some insight into the present. And many of our friends on the left, their analysis of the alleged profound progressive aspects of 1776, it's not connected to the present. That is to say, what went wrong in terms of this so-called grand revolution of the 18th century to the brink of neo-fascism in 2026? Where did this project go off the rails? They have little.
Well, these are excellent questions. It's like, look at the results of the grand American project. Look at the results. Now, there are people who would say Gerald Horn is being too pessimistic. I might even be one of them. You know, my life is fine, but so many aren't. There's a war started by a president who was finally elected by a plurality starting shit that he shouldn't be starting. How many people have benefited? It's really, I think, questioning the results of July 4th are what historians should be doing. No problem, Universal, if that's what you want to do. You're welcome here anytime. So this guy's talking, looks like he got hit by one of the Bull Connor's German Shepherds. Yeah, Bobby, this is Gerald Horn. If you knew his work, you might be better off for it. You wouldn't be glorifying Bull Connor if you actually knew Gerald Horn's work. He's an eminent historian, and a Black eminent historian. Might benefit from reading him.
Nothing to say, because they throw up a great wall between the past and the present, which makes history basically irrelevant, and to a degree makes them irrelevant as well.
The title of your book is about slave resistance. And from the time I was a child, the only Black person I was told about was Crispus Attucks, a Black man who was killed by the British at what was later called the Boston Massacre. And that was the way that we were taught that Black people were connected with the revolution, as siding with the enslavers. Now, what was far more common was Black people being allied with and fighting for the British. And this is something that is not spoken of very often, but that was the slave resistance of.
Okay, and what she is leaving out, that there were Blacks who fought for the Americans. She's doing the same thing that she's criticizing. That is problematic.
This quote unquote revolutionary war, wasn't it?
Indeed. And let's go to the numbers. We know, and we have known for some time, that the number of Africans who fought with the Redcoats dwarfed the number of Africans who fought with George Washington's forces, not least because this so-called preeminent founding father initially was reluctant to accept Black people into his ranks, which was understandable because there was a morbid fear of seeing Black men with rifles in their hands. And that also is the precursor, to a certain extent, for why the settlers chose to revolt. That is to say, that London was becoming heavily reliant upon Black men with guns to be in what was eventually called the West Indian regiments. London had a sprawling empire, not just in North America, but in the Caribbean, increasingly in India, ultimately in Africa. And it's a relatively small country. We're talking about a contemporary population of 60 million compared to India's contemporary population of 1.4 billion. And in the prelude to 1776, and you had the spectacle, at least spectacle as far as the colonizers were concerned, of seeing Black men in Boston manhandling and roughhousing certain settlers. Even today, that would be seen as a mortal sin. And then I must say, to go back to the Guild, there's been a curious dearth of curiosity on the part of many historians in this country. They focus on the 13 colonies, although we know that there were more than 13 colonies in the Americas with regard to London. And for example, look at Florida, for example. Florida, as of 1776, was under London's control as a result of a number of maneuvers involving ousting the traditional colonizer and settler, speaking of the Spanish. Well,
Well, let's just address Bobby's joke here. No, Gerald Horton grew up in St. Louis. He's possibly as old as 75 right now. He grew up during Jim Crow. He is in that age range with Clarence Thomas, that cohort, Glenn Lowry. And he grew up, his folks are in Mississippi. His parents wound up migrating to St. Louis. He's told some stories, not harrowing necessarily, but he grew up in Jim Crow St. Louis. So no, there were no Bull Connors in St. Louis, but we know the results of that Jim Crow. Now, don't we? St. Louis is famous for its racial problems. So, Bobby, I don't often get amused by your Jim Crow jokes. Bull Connor was a serious deal, and he wound up dealing a lot of hurt here in the South. Don't appreciate that kind of humor. So, just know those jokes aren't landing, and they're more a reflection of you and your brand of humor. You are like Trump, just like really sometimes too much to take given Black American history.
First of all, Florida did not revolt against British rule. In fact, after many found out about the Declaration of Independence of July 4th, they hung John Hancock and Samuel Adams in effigy in St. Augustine, Florida, the major urban node of what is now the Sunshine State. And interestingly enough, Spain assisted the settlers against London, just like France assisted the settlers against London. Indeed, it's possible to suggest that George Washington and company would not have prevailed but for this kind of assistance, which makes even more ironic, if not tragic, the fact that if you fast forward and look at the results of the United States of America, they're always making a big stink about other countries having foreign assistance. Recall what happened in Angola in 1975 after independence, when they called upon Cuban troops. That was seen as just horrendous, for example. And interestingly enough, after Spain helped the settlers prevail, Spain then reversed a policy that had existed since they had invaded what they call St. Augustine in 1565. That is to say, freeing the Africans who were able to make their way from the colonies to the north, such as Virginia and the Carolinas, et cetera, to St. Augustine. That's what made Florida under Spanish rule so important. But then after the settlers prevail and establish the United States of America, the settlers then not only oust their erstwhile comrades, speaking of the Spanish, from ruling Florida, which is part of the double dealing that we come to accept as normative with regard to this so-called republic, but in a remarkable maneuver, as of 1790, when the republic was in its infancy, Spain was forced to reverse its policy because it had returned to ruling Florida as part of the booty after they had assisted the defeat of Britain. Spain reversed its policy and refused to provide sanctuary to Africans fleeing from Georgia, fleeing from the Carolinas, et cetera. This was a stunning and staggering defeat for the Black population, and it helps to illustrate one of my central theses, which is that whatever it might have been, the creation of the United States of America was not a great leap forward for Black people. It was a great leap backwards for Black people. And our friends on the left need to realize that basically what they're endorsing at best is a kind of left-wing white nationalism, which bleeds easily into the kind of right-wing populism, which is fair to say is a reigning ideology amongst settler descendants in the United States of America mostly across class lines.
Those Black people called loyalists, I don't know if that's a proper term, being loyal to the crown, because they were promised freedom if by the British, but the British didn't win. What happened to those people who joined the British in combat against the U.S. colonizers?
Well, part of this is covered in a docudrama that I would recommend, entitled The Book of Negroes, produced by Canadian Broadcasting, South African Broadcasting, and BET. And it tells the tale of Africans who flee after the establishment of the Republic. They flee to Nova Scotia, Canada, where their descendants continue to reside. Some of them flee to London, where their descendants continue to reside. Some of them flee to West Africa, Sierra Leone. Some of them flee to the Bahamas, for example, where their descendants continue to reside. Some of them flee to Jamaica. Some of them, with regard to Florida, for example, the so-called Negro loyalists, they flee behind Native American lines. And there hangs a tale, because you have a de facto merger between and amongst Black people and certain indigenous groupings who, after the United States takes over Florida circa 1820, fight three of the bloodiest wars that the United States Army is involved in before the US Civil War in the early 1860s. And then, of course, you have certain scoundrels amongst the British who then sell loyalists back into Georgia, for example. But that is not necessarily the dominant trend. The dominant trend is also represented in round two of the battle against the United States of America. Speaking of the War of 1812, which witnessed the burning of Washington, D.C. in August 1814, oftentimes with Black men lighting the match, and the freeing of many Black people in Maryland, Virginia, and the district itself, some of whom flee to freedom in Trinidad and Tobago, where their descendants continue to reside as well. I think what it is that perhaps understandably and justifiably in this perilous moment that we now confront and face, that many of our friends on the left, they would like to project unity both backwards and forward. That is to say, forward in terms of having this united front against fascism, and then backwards to try to find some sort of historical precedent. The problem with that kind of analysis is that it does violence to the historical record. And most Black people know instinctively that our ancestors did not receive a fair deal and a square deal from those with whom we shared this continent, speaking of the settlers. And therefore, they look askance, to put it mildly, at this attempt to manufacture and fabricate some sort of class collaboration between the enslaved and the enslavers. It just doesn't wash. I think we'd be much better off if we were to be honest in confronting the past. It reminds me, and I'm sure you recall, the wars in the Balkans a few decades ago, when the US rulers were always telling the people in the former Yugoslavia, you have to confront your history, no matter how painful it might be. And I remember when I used to hear that, I said, these people in this country, they don't confront their history. So what kind of nerve is it telling these people in Southeast Europe they should confront their histories? But that is the point. You have to confront your history, no matter how painful it might be, because it's like if you go to a physician and the physician tries to take a medical history, but you don't like your medical history, so you begin manufacturing facts. That'll be misleading to the doctor, who will then likely come up with an inadequate diagnosis and therefore a more than inadequate prescription. And so that's...
That's a really good analogy. Both the point about Americans telling another country that they're militarily involved in, by the way, they need to confront their history. And the whole point about, making up a medical history. That's exactly what patriotic education does. And Con and I, kind of came up, and I'd never thought about it before. They're mythologizing. They don't teach American history in K through 12, and barely do they in college. They're creating myths. And there's nothing wrong with myths. I love Greek mythology. But you know what? How Greece was governed, the city states in Greece, how Rome was governed, has nothing to do with their mythology. So Gerald Horne hits a home run here. In Universal, to your point, I know who Margaret Kimberly is. I think she's a professor of religion at the University of Pennsylvania. This is Black Agenda Report sort of stuff. She might even be like an editor or something. But they are basically Black radical left, not necessarily like DSA left. They have critiques of the left, but from a Black radical perspective. Gerald Horne, same thing, except he's just Gerald Horne. He can be what he wants to be. He's a damn good historian who really calls balls and strikes. They don't fuck with Gerald Horne. You don't get Sean Willentz and all these big name, historians locking horns with Gerald Horne, because he's right. His interpretation is very plausible, and he's right on the facts. People don't seem to understand that facts can be interpreted. No one disputes that something happened, but why it happened, that is generally, where the history comes in.
With myself, and I'm happy to say a growing list of others, or seeking to avoid. Speaking of which, if you look at the current issue of The Nation, the New York-based publication, or thenation.com, you'll see a review essay that I've written precisely
Bobby,
on the matters we're now discussing.
Bobby, by the way, I doubt that Gerald Horne needs the money to be out robbing people. What's the chances of a fucking major league historian's gonna rob you? At a minimum, you'd have to be in the right place. He might rob you, like if you're in his history class or something, maybe, but you're not gonna meet him. The places you might frequent, Gerald Horne does not. So you can like to be robbed by him all you want. The chances of it, that basically means stop even fantasizing about that sort of stuff. You don't frequent the same circles. Shit, he doesn't frequent the same circles I frequent. He is rarefied air. He's a respected elder.
And lastly, let's talk about these dates and holidays for Black people. There's a lot of contradiction there with the 4th of July. I think most people they may not know the history in depth that you've been discussing, but they know our ancestors were enslaved. They know that George Washington and Thomas Jefferson were slaveholders, and I believe most of those who signed the Declaration of Independence were slaveholders. I don't know if it's most, but it's a large portion. So I think people know this, but it's still this holiday, a day off, a day of people travel, family, friends, cookouts, etc. In general, what are your thoughts about these problematic dates and Black people?
Well, we should call it the farce of July as opposed to the 4th of July, because it's like asking turkeys to celebrate Thanksgiving, for example. Turkey should not be celebrating Thanksgiving, and you can make a credible argument.
Well, I'm just going to step in right here to say that this is a stretch. People can celebrate what they want to celebrate, And turkeys might celebrate Thanksgiving because they're not the turkey that, was the victim of Thanksgiving. I'm not going to, there's no points for that, for that analogy.
That the revolt against British rule, as I foreshadowed a few moments ago, was instigated and fomented in no small measure because there was a fear that abolitionism was spreading in London, and this provided a danger to the major investment of the enslaving class. Indeed, on the verge of the US Civil War in 1861, the investment in the bodies of the millions of enslaved Africans was the most profitable and lucrative and sizable investment in the entire republic. And so, once again, I understand where there is an impetus on the part of some to try to forge a kind of unity. That is to say, unity today, and then trying to find a historical precedent for it going back. But I think that that's basically a fool's errand in terms of going backward and trying to find a unity between enslavers and enslaved. And I understand it as well because we recognize that with regard to the European invaders, there was class collaboration. That is to say, that many poor Europeans did benefit from 1776, as I suggested a few moments ago. I've told the story more than once about the Cherokees, who were dominant in what is now the southeast quadrant of the United States of America, and sought to assimilate by converting to Christianity, enslaving Africans, etc. And many of them became quite wealthy. But when Andrew Jackson, Mr. Trump's favorite president, embarks on the so-called Indian removal of the late 1820s, early 1830s, these lucrative, these rather affluent Cherokees, they had to go too. And you had Europeans fresh off the boat who could move into their mansions, for example. So therein lies the so-called American dream. And so I understand why.
Well, Dr. Horn doesn't call it this, but it's also a cautionary tale. You can assimilate and still wind up on the Trail of Tears. That's how I would sum it up. You soul brothers and anti-black blacks, don't wind up on the Trail of Tears.
Many defined as white celebrate July 4th, just as many of us whose ancestors died fighting against the creation of this so-called republic now term and denote it accurately as the farce of July, which brings me to another point, which is that the creation of the United States is seen as a great leap forward for humanity, even if you set aside genocide and mass enslavement, because supposedly it led to an expansion of civil liberties. But if you look at the First Amendment and religious liberty, you should look at that in a materialist fashion, not to see it as something coming magically from the brains of intellectuals like Thomas Jefferson. That is to say that it helped to expand the ranks of those who were going to fight the indigenous and keep the Africans in line. In fact, in my book on Southern California, my most recent book on Southern California, I pointed out that one of the chief so-called Indian fighters in San Diego County was a Jewish American man. And therein you begin to see the quote value unquote of religious liberty, that there's a material basis for it because you need numbers in order to subdue the indigenous and fight the Africans. And likewise, with regard to the Second Amendment, the right to bear arms, I guarantee you, did not apply to the indigenous.
Let me address
the sort of an anti-Second Amendment.
Let me address this sputtering idiot talking about he don't want to talk about the Buffalo Soldiers. You know what? I literally just talked about the Cherokees who were quote affluent and still wound up on the Trail of Tears. Buffalo Soldiers just See, 12th man in this fucking dumbass idea, this be brave level of understanding. Well, the Buffalo Soldiers cleared. What does he say? What does this fool say? Of course he's gonna take shit out of context. He don't want to talk about the Buffalo Soldiers that actually removed Indians from their land. But let me ask you a question. The Buffalo Soldiers that removed these soldiers, did they inherit the land, or were they following orders like assimilated black folk? Who inherited that Indian land? The Buffalo Soldiers? The relatives of the Buffalo Soldiers? There's a problem, but you want to talk about what black people did? Well, they were assimilated, sir. Anytime you ever want to come up and debate some history with me on this panel, 12th man, you better bring some shit that you actually understand. You just spouting off what black people did. Black people didn't benefit, white people did. So you want to go, well, black people did it too. It's such a dumb argument. That's not an argument you want to bring up to my panel, son. I will basically just laugh at you. I won't even drop you when you bring shit like that up. I'm just gonna mock you. Do better, 12th man. Don't be bringing that 5th grade level. Your teacher told you Buffalo Soldiers did something bullshit. I will destroy it.
By any means necessary to keep guns and weapons out of the hands of the indigenous, out of the hands of the Africans. And to a certain extent, that still holds true. And so, once again, I think that those who consider themselves materialists, in the first instance, should do a materialist analysis of the creation of this republic. And it might help them to understand why we're on the verge of neo-fascism. It might help us to understand why this so-called revolutionary republic turned against what you would think it was this comrade in arms, speaking of the Haitian Republicans of the early 1800s, for example, still hostile, speaking of the Trump regime, to Haiti to this very day, or why the United States of America has been hostile to the Cuban Revolution, for example, hostile to virtually every revolution that has ensued since the 1790s, for example. There is so much to carp about with regard to 1776 that I could probably spend the rest of the many hours we have in store to look forward to with regard to Black Agenda Radio to going on.
I thank you, and I recommend to our viewers and listeners, if you have not read this book, you must. You've written so many books, but we'll just for this week recommend The Counter-Revolution of 1776, Slave Resistance and the Origins of the United States of America. I think it is a work that belongs in every library. Thank you so much for joining me again, Dr. Horn.
Thank you for inviting me.
Oops. You know what? This lady is a libertarian, and she actually gets a historical point so wrong I had to laugh. But I'm going to save this with the Josie show. You can be pretty and wrong. Pretty wrong. So anyway, let's see here. Stanley, you love this video. Cool grandparents. That's funny. So anyway, I do need to wrap this up because it is late, and let's see. He actually said it wasn't important. It's why he didn't sign it. Yeah, and I'm not sure how this is going to wind up. I think there's something about pocket vetoing. I don't know how this is going to wind up. So bottom line is he didn't sign it, but he didn't veto it. either. I don't know whether it's going to go away. There's something like a pocket veto. I haven't really looked into the details of it, but I do know it'll be bad publicity if it doesn't pass. And Trump is desperate to get this bill through, and it's only going to wind up in court. This bill is unconstitutional. That's why it did not sail through. People don't want to be on the wrong side of history, and Trump's not that popular anymore. So after 10 days, it's law. Is that how that works? I thought there was something about a pocket veto, but you know more. I will follow your lead on that. Trump didn't sign it. He didn't veto it. It just becomes law. Must have been something about the numbers that passed it. You'll have to educate me on that, or I'll look it up. He just wants to show stupid people they mean shit to him. Yeah, that's pretty much it. 12th man, what bullshit do you have? I'm actually about to wrap this up. What you got?
Oh, you getting ready to go to bed, Stanley?
Well, I'm gonna go make a quick dinner before I go to bed.
Oh yeah, what you making?
Probably just I got some eggs, I got some sourdough bread, got a salad. I have choices.
Right
And
on.
Actually, what I may do is make an omelet with some of the leftover chili from last night. Omelets with chili and cheese. Ooh, boy, that's good. That's a good, hey, I just finished drinking some beer. Let's get an omelet with chili and cheese. Homemade chili.
Dang. That sounds pretty good, Stanley.
Hey, I live well.
Did you know that Buffalo soldiers were former slaves and they joined the military and they went out west and conquered the Indians?
How is this relevant to July 4th?
Well, I think they're great patriots. I mean, they helped conquer the land. What the hell? I think they should all be remembered.
Interesting. Okay.
You remember?
So
when they first,
essentially, they went from slavery to being tools of manifest destiny. They should be remembered for that.
And they were given uniforms and guns.
They were given uniforms like slaves were given. What choices did they have?
No, they were free. They didn't have to join.
No, they didn't have to join. They were fresh out of slavery, and there was surgeon jobs. Med schools were open. You know, they had a bunch of different opportunities once they were let out of slavery. They could have been anything that they wanted to be. Correct?
Yeah.
I think
right.
you need to go. I think you need to go back and you need to look at American history in more detail. Because you sound foolish, to be honest.
So, what are their choices after the slaves were set
I'm not
free?
going to sit here. I'm not going to sit here and teach you American history. You're an American. Why don't you know your history?
I do know it.
You do not know it. You know the myths. You know the snippets. You are a 56-year-old American male, and you want to come up here
54.
You want to come up here. I'm sorry, you were poor.
No, I'm 54. I'm not old, as
Oh,
old as
okay.
you
You
yet,
are a
Stanley.
54-year-old man who was born in the United States, and you don't know how to put American history into context. I don't look at the Buffalo Soldiers as controlling their own destiny. As I wrote it back to you in the chat, they were following orders. They didn't make the plan. Soldiers don't necessarily have options when they're following orders. They didn't inherit the land that, and look, you're also being bad faith. You want to act like black people participated in, getting Indians off their land. Well, yeah, I guess they did, but not for their own profit. They were following orders. Believe me, if any of them Buffalo Soldiers could have been like a soldier or a politician or a lawyer or something, they wouldn't have been buffaloing and soldiering. There were no options after slavery, son.
They're too busy killing Indians.
Dude, that Indians suffered the plight that they did. White people should be proud of. Manifest Destiny, you should be ashamed of Manifest Destiny, not proud of it.
They helped conquer the nation. God
They
bless them.
helped conquer a nation that should have never been conquered. They were fresh out of slavery.
Well, it's already dead.
Okay, bitch. You need to go and you need to understand the fucking filthy bullshit and misinterpretation of how American history is, because you were miseducated and you weren't taught how to even evaluate Manifest Destiny.
Did you know Bass Reeves was a slave?
As a matter of fact, the Buffalo Soldiers were victims just like the Indians, if you really want to contextualize it.
Yeah, those Indians killed them too, just like they did anyone else.
Okay, you just want see, this is what white supremacy has done to you. You will keep on with that fucking dumbass point when I tell you what you're describing is nothing to be proud of, and it shouldn't even be celebrated on July 4th. That Buffalo Soldiers and white people went and fucking genocided.
Yeah, we decimated.
Native motherfucker. Dude, I'll put your ass in the back if you keep wanting to blather over me. You should never come up to this panel with this kind of bullshit. I'm sorry, Indian eradication is a weird thing to celebrate on July the 4th weekend. That they did it too. Ooh, the Buffalo Soldiers, they shot some Indians. You really want to celebrate
They
a
shot a lot of Indians.
You literally want to celebrate Native American genocide on the 4th of July? This is that white
Not
supremacy,
genocide.
motherfucker. This is that white supremacy
If he had actually Googled
July.
Buffalo
No,
Soldiers and do the research,
Dave. Hold on, Dave.
Gotta stop
Hold
explaining.
on, Dave. Son, I will put you in the back if you don't
move on.
Okay, there we go. Don't celebrate genocide on July the 4th weekend on my panel. I'm trying to teach you how July 4th should be celebrated. And it's not that, ooh, Buffalo Soldiers killed some Indians. I'm sorry. I don't see July.
They killed a lot more than Indians.
They killed a lot more than Indians. Like that's relevant to my point. Good for you, 12th man. Keep being dumb.
What happened to the other guy? Why did you throw
He ain't
him off
trying
the
because all I'm gonna
panel?
do is call you a drunk, stupid
Dumb does not know how to shut up. You need to think about what I said, that you want to celebrate Indian killing on July 4th is an act of patriotism is problematic.
July 5th.
It's okay. It's problematic that you want to celebrate Indian killing. The Buffalo Soldiers, these Americans killing Indians on July 4th weekend. Good for you, 12th man. You just proved my point for the 100th time. Now, what you got to say, Dave?
Once again, like what I don't do is I don't debate my history. People who despise it. The man ain't looked up shit on the Buffalo Soldier. He's assuming that the Buffalo Soldiers were the main means for expansion. When all you got to do is Google this shit. All he has to do is Google this shit.
I am
recently
giving
freed
up.
slaves and the Buffalo Soldiers protecting them going to Kansas, all this other different type of shit. To be saying that the Buffalo Soldiers led the expansion and extermination of Native Americans.
Well, he didn't quite. Well, hold on. Let me defend him. He didn't say that.
That's what he's insinuating. I know
no. He said Buffalo Soldiers killed Indians too, or something.
Yeah, because he wants to basically say, hey, it was the black man that did everything, just like how they say.
You know what? It's like that slavery argument.
Yeah,
it's like that, dude. That is literally. You're absolutely right about that, Dave. Black people did it too.
Yeah, it's the weirdest shit ever, man. But what they don't understand,
that's Thomas Sowell taught them that.
No, what they don't understand is this. Well, they totally understand it because they only come around.
No, they don't.
Black people on YouTube to dispute shit that has already been settled by the U.S. government.
Okay,
and since they can't change the U.S. government, they run it.
Give them more credit than I do. Okay. Thomas
Let me finish this last little bit.
Okay, Thomas Sowell taught these white people that.
No, they didn't.
Yeah,
if Thomas Sowell never existed,
no. Thomas Sowell, this whole thing about Africans sold Africans into slavery. Everybody had slavery. That's that same train of thought. Well, black people were out there shooting Indians too. They're like us. It's literally them trying to. It's literally trying to loop black people, black Americans, black American history into white supremacy. It's a white supremacist.
Right. That's exactly the goal, and that's the reason why. See, it's a personalization thing. When every grievance we got is really just with the U.S. government, like a fucking class action lawsuit. You know what I mean? But they know that, and they want to stick their way in the middle of our road to dealing, legally with our own government. So let them get steamrolled. But for me, I don't argue with motherfuckers who goddamn lineage in this country is shorter than my living mother. I'll be damned if I argue this.
You know what? I actually made that point
60 years ago, 70 years ago. That's when they lineage started. I don't do it.
Let me put it to you this way. I brought up CT and Be Brave. You know who Be Brave is, right?
Yeah, I don't want to talk about them.
Okay, well, no. My point is people like Be Brave will talk about us, we white people, our culture. Be Brave my lineage in America goes way back farther than Be Brave does.
I don't argue with them.
And CT does the same thing. He's literally done like cycles of shows on who's black and who's not. I'm like, dude, you're the son of immigrants. My lineage goes way back into American history.
Well, Stanley, can I say something?
I am talking, 12th man. I won't be interrupted.
Let me say something to you.
Done. And you let me finish my statement too, please.
Yeah.
CT And Be Brave will hoodwink a bunch of people with deeper roots in American culture and history than they have just because it's a grift. So I'm done.
So it was so the newly freed slaves entering the military like they could barely get shoes or anything. And so there's this one
Stan, here's the fact.
general that demanded they get shoes.
Here's the fact, Stan.
Oh, hold on. Let the man finish. He's struggling.
I'll be damned if I'm
That
my history with this.
there was that one general that said these men need shoes.
Okay,
And it took them months and months.
The goddamn dots. 12th man, connect the dots. Don't tell me the story. Tell me why
finally they got shoes.
Tell me why the story matters.
I can tell you why.
They made a movie about it.
Stanley.
I don't use movies for my historical points.
Right. That's the funny shit. Stan, can I just tell you one thing?
What's that?
It was once told to me that the victor gets to write the history, right? But for some reason, all these people trying to debate regular black folk to convince us of the history. My conclusion is,
let me tell you something.
Black men got to realize when they won.
That's a great point.
Because there's no way anyone in power would be arguing with black people about history. When you look at what's going on, you have to deduce that we won.
Well, let me tell you why they're arguing.
The people in power were never supposed to do that.
Understood. I get your point now. Let me respond. That's because white people haven't won. They're not the victors. Their social betters are the victors. Wow. Okay, Donald Trump is the victor. Joe the plumber is not a victor.
Right.
They want to be brave. Didn't win shit.
All right, I'm gonna get off.
Still, because of the racism.
Who the fuck is Joe the plumber?
God damn it, 12.
As a matter of fact, if I'm their age and doing this shit, shoot me, because I'm supposed to be worried about my will and dealing with my grandkids and passing down generations.
In the middle of the point I'm trying to make is that Be Brave is a loser. And the only way he gets to identify with the actual winners is because they share a skin color. And something Bob told Be Brave that hurt him to his core was that you're a poor white. Rich white people are not going to side with you at the end. During the apocalypse, you're a poor white. And Bob literally spoke truth to this white man, this bottom-feeding white man, by his own admission, and he couldn't handle it. He got so fucked. Be Brave and John Galt caused an uproar because Bob told the truth. Well, Be Brave's premise, and I don't know if you remember or not.
Yeah, I really don't give a fuck. I don't argue.
Fits my point.
It's 2026.
White people are not the winners. That's why they keep contending with American history. Donald Trump stirs up the poor whites because the poor whites haven't won. Now, the poor whites haven't won because there's such a thing as class collaboration. I understand your class point. It's a very left-wing point. The problem is that at the lower echelons, class and race intersect, and that's American history. Anytime working class whites and blacks have gotten together,
there's been gain for
the rich whites. Dude, look at Wilmington, 1896. Yes. Look at there was I forget
the labor riots, all the labor rights that we got.
Yep. Black,
swear the
like
Irish were
class
so
collaboration
critical.
across color lines,
Yeah.
they get broken up every time.
Yeah.
Goddamn unions are a
So
plague on the country.
the motherfucking whites, that's why they're so contentious at our level, because they haven't won.
Well, I don't like
the victors.
I don't
The
like to
victors that
categorize
won.
everybody
The
based on
victors that won were the rich.
I don't feel like that's right. Categorizing. I don't like.
What's wrong with my point?
Ain't nothing wrong with your point, but I just don't like categorizing all groups of people based on the idiots.
I don't give a fuck about your concerns about
Stereotyping.
categorizing people. People fit into categories, and if you're going to talk about class or race, that's literally categorizing.
I just don't like the people that get in the way of the march, the legal battles that we do with the U.S. government. That's how I decide who is who.
Who are the people who get in the way?
I agree with that.
Whoever the fuck get in the way whoever get in the way of a lot of the things, the legal battles.
Who are those people is my question.
I take them by whoever step in the way, bro. Just stand out the fuck. If you in the way,
you will categorize people as long as it meets your narrative.
Say that again. That sounds pretty true.
People, you will categorize people as long as it fits your narrative.
Right. I only got two narratives.
Okay, well then, how can you fuss about categorizing people when you do it?
Well, I only do it okay, I get you on that. Yeah. I'm talking about whole groups of people. I take it by like.
I'm sorry.
This ticket.
Categorizing people is categorizing people.
Oh yeah.
Whether it's a group, whether
it's called stereotyping.
Individual. Well, that's another good word for it. But I think when you are literally talking about class and race, categorizing people to structure an argument is not necessarily stereotyping. It depends on how you categorize them.
Yeah, I just categorize them either day.
So you don't have a problem with us categorizing people.
Look at you moving goalposts and bringing in points that have nothing to do with my point. Good for you. Learn how to structure an argument. It'll do you better on these.
ICE does it every day.
Okay, is this a law enforcement argument, 12th man?
Mm-hmm. They categorize people.
Okay, see, this is someone told him on a panel, or his 5th grade teacher told him he was smart, and he wants to pollute my panel with his bad points. This is not a law enforcement argument. If you can't connect the goddamn dot 12, you can chuckle like a drunk motherfucker all you want, but I lose patience with stupidity.
I mean, I don't take it seriously. You got to think. Like, all I'm saying
I
is,
do.
If I was 70 or 80 goddamn years old, there'd be no way I'd be on here arguing with young black men about fucking shit that happened 250 years ago. I'd be writing wills and setting up my LLCs to get this generational transfer to my fucking kids.
Okay, are you telling me how to conduct my panel?
No, I'm telling 12th man to put the fucking beer down and start writing goddamn testaments.
No. Let 12th man be 12th
and leave
man.
Black people alone, you drunk bastard.
Don't tell. Okay, let me ask you a question.
Mm-hmm.
You do listen to a lot of these black panels, like black content creators.
Yeah.
I think they're as destructive to black people as the racist white people are. DJ Hamp, trash arguments. Nightish, trash arguments. Bob, trash arguments. CT, trash arguments. There is many black content creators in my little YouTube corner of the world that are as destructive to black people as the white content creators. I literally don't think you can get good advice from Black YouTube.
Yeah, but they
Relationship
marginalized.
advice.
These
Fuck
people
no.
in real life
Relationship. No. I'm not making it. I've heard as much bad advice on a Bob panel when someone like American Man was talking as I've ever heard from some racist panel.
Yeah, but there's a major.
But that's my point.
There's a major difference.
What's
There's
the
no
difference?
traction in the real world with
Yes,
who
that is
you
a
talking
good.
about.
That is a good point.
No bit of traction.
There is no good advice for the real world from a YouTube
Make
panel
your
or
own
any YouTube
traction.
show. You're literally making my point. You can't get good advice that's trusty and or trustworthy and just good advice. I don't think you can get it
Don't get
on
advice off
Okay,
YouTube
I
is
don't
my
know
advice.
why you feel comfortable over talking me right now, 12th man.
Because I seen them go up on other Dusty and them channel. They tell his drunk ass to get the
Dusty,
phone and they drop.
I don't go to Dusty for
No, I'm
advice.
telling you why he's here. It's the only place to go.
Okay,
I hang out with Stanley all the time. What the fuck are you talking about?
Dave, I've known 12th man. He's a day one on this show.
Yeah,
So
he's still
I didn't even know 12th man went up on Flow State. I don't watch Flow State.
I watch everybody.
Yeah, I don't watch Dusty either.
You do,
Well, Dusty, Flow
but they just
State,
won't let you
they're
up
the
there.
same person. What is Palomino Ricky Z?
I'm religious to the Stanley channel though.
Yeah, you don't have to do all that. But what does Palomino Ricky Z mean when he says Stanley, you forgot yourself? The fuck? Okay, Palomino, what does that even mean?
That mean his favorite group
Time
is
him out, Stanley. Time him out.
like boy bands. He like B2K.
I took his wrench. That's like riding him bareback.
Now I can time him out.
That Ricky Z and all that mean he like B2K and shit. He be practicing their dance moves and shit.
Wait, Stanley, you forgot yourself in the list of YouTubers that have poor arguments. Palomino, you wouldn't know a good dude. Your thing about good or bad arguments. Yeah, you said what you said. I'm not even worried about you, son. I notice you don't come into my chat anymore because you have found greener pastures other places, and I encourage you to go munch their grass. Here you get nutritious arguments, and I've never heard you up on a panel make a good argument, Palomino.
Yeah, he never comes up on a panel.
That motherfucker can snipe from a chat with the best of them, but he wants to talk about people who have balls enough to be brave enough to come up on a panel and even make a bad argument. Dude, you're not even that. You're a coward. Making a bad argument, at least you're brave enough to come up and do the best you can. People like you, Palomino, who snipe endlessly, you're a fucking coward. You don't even have an argument good enough for you to be brave enough to present on a panel. So run along, horsey boy. You're a coward.
Well, can I tell you a story about a famous black man?
No.
Handling
no way, hold it. I look forward to this story.
Okay, I'm out of here. I don't want this shit you got to say about it.
That's Reeves.
12 man's dude. No one knows who Bass Reeves is.
He arrested 43 white men in the
Oh,
Oklahoma
look at you making
territory.
up. Look at you making it all
Very
racial.
bad men.
The lawman was black and he arrested 43 white criminals. Look at you being all racist.
He got them, Stanley. And guess what? They were all hung.
You had to
They
be
were all
racist.
hung by a judge.
We depended on a racist to tell us a racist story about a black lawman and his 43 white bags. Son, you can't actually tell an American story. You have to racialize American stories, and that's what white people do. You be brave. Y'all are all kind of
He
the
was
same.
a former slave, Stanley.
Dude, you're racializing American history. That's the problem with some of the be brave level white people. You got to racialize everything.
I don't see why you found that offensive.
I have no doubt that you could even understand my point.
Got to be careful not to hurt liberal feelings.
Yeah, let's make this all about politics when I literally called you out on racializing American history.
So, what is your view of Bass Reeves?
I don't have a view of Bass Reeves. All I know about him is the movie I saw. And by the way, the black American who played him was not a black American. What's your comment on that?
Is the white American. He escaped him. He escaped. He's an escaped slave, and then he became a lawman and helped tame the American West. Good guy, in my opinion. I didn't realize the black man could wrap that many white people up and bring them in to hang. Amazing.
Well, I was just sitting here listening to this. Do you think a white lawman could have rounded up 43 white criminals? You didn't think a black man could do it. Do you think a white man could have done it?
Maybe if he is James Arness of Gunsmoke.
So you are going to talk about James Arness and Gunsmoke, compare it to a black historical figure.
Hero.
And you actually think that's a good argument. You're going to take Gunsmoke to a black historical figure, and you didn't realize that black historical figure could do what he did. My response was, did you think a white historical figure could have done what Bass Reeves did? And the first thing you do is
no, I don't think they could have.
Dude, I'm about to drop your dumb ass because apparently you are dumb and drunk, and you don't know how to structure arguments. And I should have ended this show. I got curious about what the hell you were talking about. And once again, you have disappointed me. What the fuck are you
I'm
talking
sorry,
about?
Stanley.
What does Bass Reeves have to do with James Arness? Can you connect those dots? Cowboys are cowboys.
Well, they're both great
Is that how you
lawmen.
connect the dots? Cowboys are cowboys. Fictional cowboys, real cowboys, it doesn't matter. In 12th Man's mind, they were lawmen. That's how you connect these dots?
Well, how many people hanged under Bass Reeves?
You know what?
He hanged.
All I have to say is maybe I'm sorry. I hate it when I have to say this, and I keep telling like General Dave that Dave, you're wrong. Dave, I think I'm right. And that motherfucker keeps proving me
He
wrong.
locked a lot of bad guys up.
I fucking hate it when General Dave is right and I'm wrong. And God damn it, if he wasn't right this time. Why am I wasting my time up here talking to you about American history? Dave, sincere apologies if anyone runs into General Dave Trent. If anyone runs into him before I do, please tell him he can come up to my panel and I'll just apologize to him, because boy was I wrong and boy was he right.
Yeah, sorry, Dave.
No, Dave tried to tell me, and I tried to say, nah, he's a day one. And God damn it, dude was proven right. Mr. Drenter, you are Mr. Drenter now. You'll never be Trent. You'll never be General Dave. You will be Mr. Drenter, because you proved me wrong. And
I'm not Mr. Drenter.
horribly, miserably, dramatically, whatever, motherfucker. Dude, I was so goddamn wrong. So here you are. Go ahead and gloat. You deserve it.
No, I'm not going to gloat. I'm just going to say what it is. So you can internalize this to the fullest. Because I had to figure this out.
Yes, sir.
So the victor gets to write the history. But I notice motherfuckers, people keep coming and trying to get me to believe history a certain way. What else am I supposed to think but I'm a victor? And as a victor, I'm not finna argue with none of them. It's 2026. You want to know about my history? Go to a damn museum. In my opinion, wholeheartedly in my soul at this point, I feel like explaining any of my history to anybody outside is robbing my curators. Robbing them of their fees, robbing them of they labor man hours, they W-2. I refuse to argue history. I will just cuss them out.
Holy fuck.
I will just cuss them out.
Whoa. That's brilliant. It's not my job to teach you history.
Okay. Maybe back in the day, in the 70s, and see, in the 70s, you didn't have Google, you didn't have all this information. So what the big thing was the repository of all the knowledge into one head. That shit is gone. So when these people want to argue and go back and forth, I just cuss them out. I just start cussing them out.
Well, let me ask you a question though.
You could Google this shit.
What if they come up with a piece of history but don't know how to put it in context?
That's their fault. They're getting cussed out. Because none of this, fundamentally, the only thing that people come to black people about is what has already been decided by the United States government. And they cannot change what the United States government did, so they feel like they're just going to come to you. Because they can't change it with the government. So I just tell them, go to the government. Why ain't you doing that? And when it comes to anything that black people trying to deal with for past transgressions, I just judge it like this. It's not an individual thing. No, I don't hate all white people.
Oh,
This
no,
has
no, no.
nothing to do with
Absolutely,
white people.
it isn't.
This has to do with a grievance with the United States government that wasn't paid.
Correct. Yes.
And if you want to stand in the middle of that path, now you and I. Because you want to take on the function of the United States government, and you ain't it.
Yeah, I should have listened to what you were saying.
That's
I
what
still
all
have
of them
a
do.
little bit of problems, but to a certain extent, your point is like, well, dude, I've said it several times. Like, why are you wasting your white flesh? Why aren't you like some like well-educated white person? You know,
I'm
why
trying to
don't
tell.
you know? I get your point.
No, this is the exact reason why.
Yeah. You had
Time
you
is
had
up.
your-
Listen,
that
time
white-
is up.
that
Time
white
is up.
skin-
And they want to distract as many seconds away from progress
Mhm.
as possible.
Yeah, you had the white skin. Why did you not maximize your opportunities?
Yeah, tough man. That's the main question. Why are you on here drunk and not taking care of lineage business? Are we more important at your age? I wouldn't be saying this if you was like 30 something. But at your age, you got grandkids, you got you got legacy to worry about. We ain't your legacy. Shoot me if I'm 70 years old arguing with somebody about this shit.
Well, 12th man doesn't have grandkids, to his defense.
Oh, well, that might explain something. Well, he needs to go find him. He needs to go find him a lady to put all that energy into. Like I need to. Tired of this shit. I got my new channel coming up, man. I started that shit.
You got the link? Oh,
Yeah,
wait, better yet, have you got a rent?
Again. Hold on. Yeah. Yeah,
You got a wrench. When it's up and running, you can drop your links in my chat anytime.
It's up and running. I ain't putting nothing on there yet. I'm gonna start
Drop the link. You don't need my permission to do it.
I know. I appreciate that, man. But yeah, that's truly how I feel. That's why, and I read too much current events to even entertain half of this dumb shit. The reason why half of these topics be going on is because it's the conscious deflection away from what's really going on today.
But see, I don't give them credit of even actually knowing how to contextualize an argument. They literally, dude, they're not.
Oh no, they know. They know, dog. They know.
You give them the benefit of the doubt. I think
Stanley. It was actually 3,000 criminals that Bass Reeves brought to justice.
And you literally think that's going to change my opinion?
What do you think about Bass Reeves? He's a great law enforcement
I
officer.
think it's irrelevant to my point.
Have you Googled Bass Reeves?
And if you know, dude, how many Bass Reeves did it because some white judge like let him do it? Dude, he wasn't independent. He wasn't Dirty Harry.
Oh my God!
Not the cat, dude. Go contextualize.
You're supposed to tell 12th man, go write a fucking book report and report back to me.
No, I'm not supposed
to.
Go
watch a movie.
I am not supposed to tell 12th man anything than what I think I should tell him.
Yeah, that's what
I've known him. I've known him for a bit. I don't think 3,043. It doesn't really matter. I don't think you have a point, 12th man.
I don't even believe what he's saying until he can
He's
actually
a hero, man.
Until you got a book report and show me what the hell you're talking about, I don't take your words seriously. Not especially not about my history. I'll be damned.
Wait, We don't care about your history. We care about Bass Reeves's.
Wait, hold it. Who is we? Because I don't care about Bass Reeves at all.
I don't give a fuck either.
As a matter of fact,
Y'all don't give a fuck about law
Bass
enforcement.
Reeves fight for the Confederacy?
If you wrote a book report about it,
No. Didn't Bass Reeves fight for the South?
No, he didn't. He was a slave in the South.
No, bitch. Look up the history. He did.
He was a slave.
Stan, what you don't understand is that
no,
passing over the slave part to talk about
Dave, never tell me what I understand and let me finish my line of questioning. Stop that. He fought for the South, whether he was a slave or not. There were slaves who escaped to Union lines. Bass Reeves fought for the South. That's my point.
He killed his master.
He fought for the South. Period. Whether he killed his master or not, it wasn't because he didn't want to fight for the South.
And the South
he arrested 3,000 criminals. That's good enough.
12 man. Did the South lose?
Okay, stop telling me what's good enough for you, 12th man. Bass Reeves fought for the South.
And the
he
South
killed
lost.
his master. He killed his master, but it wasn't like, master, I'm not fighting for the South. I'm going to kill you. That's not how that worked. And why do I know more about Bass Reeves than you do at this point? I didn't even.
Did Mexico win?
No, 12th man thinks black people are stupid.
Oh God, Mexico lost.
It's good enough for me. It better be good enough for you.
Oh no, that was gonna be great. Dang, Mexico lost. Hold on, let me see.
You don't want a black sheriff at your door. I guarantee you that.
I don't want any sheriff at
Oh my
door.
God, Mexico lost to England.
Yeah, that happened hours ago.
I know.
Are they out?
Yeah, they out. I think. I don't know.
Yeah, this is not a FIFA channel. If y'all want to drift to that point, fire up a show, and y'all can talk about it on your.
What is the topic? I hope it ain't Bass Reeves because I'm out.
Well, the topic was
okay.
Con thought.
I don't have to talk about Bass Reeves all night. Sorry, guys.
Show. We're not talking all night. I should have been gone an hour ago. I am glad it's July 5th. That's the topic.
Now tomorrow we played Belgium in Seattle.
Okay. Which part of I don't care about FIFA? I don't care to talk about it on this panel. So anyway, I really should wrap this up. Palomino, welcome back to the fold. Keep talking shit though, and you won't be welcome. So let me put that out there.
Let me go time him out.
Nah, don't bother timing him out. He's done nothing to be. He's welcome back to his home stable, his home pasture.
Stable.
He can eat grass here. He can eat grass here as long as it's green. Yeah, but people can talk shit, Palomino, and I can talk shit about people talking shit. You're not timed out. You've done nothing to be timed out, son. So anyway, I'm gonna wrap this up.
All right, Stanley.
And I have no idea who's live right now. But somebody. So I will see everyone tomorrow, probably around 4:30. We will be back to the normal boring news and stuff. But appreciate you, 12th man. Appreciate my darling Tina.
Appreciate you, brother.
My beautiful crush, Tamika. I wish I
Yeah.
was there with some of you lovely
She's
ladies.
adorable, isn't she?
She is. And I can only flirt as an old man. I can't I shoot a shot, but half the time, you know, these women dodge it and they're like, ooh, he, you missed me. Old man, you're adorable. Both Tina,
Well,
both
you're kind
Tina,
of an adorable guy, Stanley. I gotta admit.
well, here's the deal. Both Tina and Tamika are like, they call me dad. Oh my lord. That is so emasculating.
Bad, Stanley. Bad.
How can I shoot my shot at a woman who calls me dad? Can't do that. It would be improper. So anyway, to all the lovely ladies, to all the lovely gentlemen out there who are gentlemen, see y'all tomorrow. Good night, 12 man.
Take care, Stanley.